Hey everyone! Welcome back to Gringotts Hub. Get ready for an amazing tale. What if Harry found a Slytherin-Merlin marriage contract and realized he was the king of the magical world at age 8? Smash that like button and subscribe for more. Here we go. Chapter 1, Blood and Binding. The trick to hiding from Dudley was never about speed. Harry had learned that years ago, back when his legs were shorter and his cousin's gang thought Harry hunting was the height of creative entertainment. Speed meant nothing when Dudley had 4 friends spread across the neighborhood like a net. No, the trick was to go somewhere Dudley would never willingly enter. The Surrey Public Library smelled of old carpet and older paper. The heating rattled in pipes overhead, and Mrs. Pemberton at the front desk had long since stopped questioning why a too thin boy with broken glasses appeared every Saturday morning and didn't leave until close. She'd tried giving him biscuits once. He'd taken them with such startled gratitude that she'd made it a habit. Harry slipped between the shelves in the back corner, the section nobody visited. Local history, genealogy records, books about Surrey's medieval churches. Deadly boring by any normal standard. Perfect by his. He dropped into the threadbare armchair wedged between the last shelf and the wall, pulled his knees up, and finally let himself breathe. His left hand throbbed where Dudley's friend Piers had shoved him into the garden fence. The edge of a broken board had sliced across his palm, not deep, but enough that blood was seeping through the bit of paper towel he'd pressed against it. Stupid, he muttered. Not at Piers. At himself, for not seeing the shove coming. He let his head fall back against the wall and stared at the shelf across from him. His eyes wandered over the spines without reading them, until they stopped. There was a book that didn't belong. Harry had sat in this exact chair dozens of times. He knew these shelves the way a prisoner knows his cell walls. Every cracked spine, every faded title, every gap where a book had been removed and never returned. And this thick, leather-bound volume the color of dried blood, wedged between a history of Surrey parish records and the Doomsday Book, a regional guide, had never been there before. It had no title on the spine. No library sticker. No Dewey Decimal number. Harry reached for it with his right hand, then hesitated. Something prickled at the edges of his awareness, that same strange feeling he got sometimes, like the air was heavier than it should be, like something was watching. He'd learned to trust that feeling. It had saved him from Dudley more than once, made him faster, made him luckier in ways that Aunt Petunia refused to discuss and Uncle Vernon insisted were freakish lies. He pulled the book from the shelf. It was heavier than it looked. The leather was butter soft, unmarked by age despite looking ancient. No title on the cover either, just a faint impression in the leather, a symbol he couldn't quite make out in the dim library light. He set it on his lap and opened it with his left hand without thinking, smearing blood across the first page. Shit, he tried to wipe it away with his paper towel, but the blood wasn't smearing. It was sinking, absorbing into the page like water into sand, and as it did, the parchment began to glow. Not brightly. A soft gold, like late afternoon sunlight caught in glass. Harry should have dropped the book. Should have shoved it back on the shelf and run. But the warmth spreading from the page into his wounded hand felt like the first hot meal after days of nothing. It felt like being wrapped in something safe. And Harry Potter, who had never once in his memory felt safe, could not bring himself to pull away. Words appeared on the page. Not printed, written, in real ink, flowing across the parchment as if an invisible hand were scripting them in the moment. By blood art thou recognized. By blood art thou bound. By blood art thou crowned. Harrison James Potter. Son of James Charles Potter, son of Charles Arcturus Potter, of the line of Ignotus Peveril, of the blood of Salazar Slytherin through the secondary line. Harrison James Potter. Son of Lily Marie Potter née Evans, daughter of Rose Marie Evans née Fairfax, of the line of Helene Fairfax née Emrys, of the blood of Merton Emrys through the primary line. The contract of union between the House of Slytherin and the House of Emrys, sealed in the year 982 of the Common Era, is fulfilled. The crown passes. The sovereignty is claimed. Magic recognizes its king. Harry read it 3 times. His hands were shaking, but not from cold or fear. From something else entirely, something that buzzed in his chest like a second heartbeat waking up. "This is mad," he whispered. "This is completely." The book turned its own page. The next spread was different. A formal document, he could tell by the layout, the way the text was arranged in 2 columns with a space between them. Seals at the bottom, stamped in what looked like actual gold. The language was old, dense, formal, but as his eyes moved over it, the meaning seemed to unspool in his mind without effort. A marriage contract. Between one Corvinus Slytherin and one Slytherin Emrys, arranged by their families in 982 AD. But it wasn't a simple marriage contract, the terms were staggering. The combined bloodlines would hold sovereign authority over magical Britain in perpetuity. Not political authority. Magical authority. The land's magic itself would answer to the joined line. There were clauses about what happened if the line died out, if the blood thinned, if centuries passed without an heir manifesting both bloodlines strongly enough for magic to recognize. In that case, the contract lay dormant. Waiting. Waiting for me, Harry thought, and the book pulsed warm in agreement. He turned more pages. Family trees branched and converged across centuries. He couldn't follow them all, but he could see the 2 lines tracing forward through time. The Slytherin blood moved through obscure families, into the Gaunts, the page practically shuddered with distaste at that name, into the Peverills through a different branch, into the Potters. The Emrys' blood went underground entirely, hidden, deliberately obscured, surfacing in Muggle-born witches and wizards who never knew what they carried. Until his mother. Lily Evans hadn't been Muggle-born at all. She'd been the culmination of a 1,000-year magical lineage that had hidden itself from the world. Harry closed the book. Set it on his knees. Stared at the shelf in front of him. His hand didn't hurt anymore. He looked down and found the cut had closed, not scarred, not scabbed, but healed, the skin smooth and new. And on his right wrist, where nothing had been before, a mark glowed faintly beneath the skin. A circle of knotwork surrounding a single vertical line, like a sword, or a staff. Merlin's sigil. He knew it the same way he knew the words in the book, the knowledge just there, settled into his mind like it had always been waiting for space to fill. He was 8 years old. He lived in a cupboard under the stairs. His uncle called him a freak and his cousin used him as a punching bag and his aunt pretended he didn't exist unless she needed floors scrubbed. And he was, apparently, the king of the magical world. Harry laughed. It came out strange and broken, half a sob, and he pressed his hand over his mouth to muffle it. Mrs. Pemberton wouldn't come check, she never did, but the sound felt dangerous. Like if he let it out fully, something would crack open inside him that he couldn't close again. He breathed. In. Out. The way he'd taught himself during the worst nights in the cupboard, when the dark pressed too close and the spiders crawled across his face and he had to convince himself that he would survive this. That it wouldn't last forever. It won't last forever. It ends tonight. The thought arrived with absolute certainty. Not a wish. Not a hope. A fact. He was done. Whatever this was, whatever this meant, he was never going back to that cupboard. The Dursleys were not his keepers anymore. They never should have been. Harry opened the book again. More pages had filled themselves in, practical information now, as if the book could sense what he needed. Locations. Names. Instructions. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Diagon Alley, London. Request an inheritance test and blood verification. The goblins will know. To access Diagon Alley, the Leaky Cauldron, Charing Cross Road. You will see it. Others without magic cannot. Your vaults await you. Your properties await you. Your people await you. Go, and be what you are. Harry closed the book again. It shrank, actually shrank, in his hands, compressing until it was the size of a playing card, thin enough to slip into his pocket. He stared at it for a moment, then put it away. Right. London. He'd never been to London alone. He'd never been anywhere alone. He was 8, he had no money, he had no, warmth bloomed in his chest again. That second heartbeat, steady and sure. And he understood, with the same bone-deep certainty as before, that he would be fine. The magic, his magic, awake now, really awake for the first time, wouldn't let him falter. He stood up. Walked out of the back corner, past the shelves of boring local history, past the reading tables, past Mrs. Pemberton who looked up from her computer and said, "Leaving early today, love?" "Yes," Harry said. "Thank you. For the biscuits." He stopped. He didn't know how to say for being the only adult who was ever kind to me for no reason. For everything. She blinked at him, something shifting in her expression. "Harry? Are you all right?" "I'm going to be," he said. And meant it. He walked out into the grey Saturday afternoon. Surrey spread around him in its monotonous sprawl of identical houses and identical hedges and identical lives. Somewhere to the east, Dudley and his gang were probably looking for him. It didn't matter anymore. Harry turned west and started walking toward the train station. The magic guided him. There was no other word for it. He shouldn't have been able to board a train without a ticket. But the barrier gate opened as he approached, and the attendant's eyes slid right past him as if he were invisible. He shouldn't have known which train to take, but his feet carried him to the right platform without hesitation, and when the train to Waterloo pulled in, he stepped aboard with the calm certainty of someone who'd made this journey 100 times. He sat in a window seat and watched Surrey disappear behind him. His reflection in the glass looked different, same messy black hair, same round glasses, one arm held on with tape, same 2 big clothes that had been Dudley's before they were his. But his eyes. His eyes looked older than they had this morning. The train swayed and rattled. Nobody sat near him. Nobody looked at him. The magic hummed around him like a second skin, not hiding him exactly, but making him uninteresting. Beneath notice. He examined the feeling, prodded at it with his awareness. It responded like a muscle he'd never known he had, clumsy at first, then smoother as he experimented. By the time the train reached Waterloo, Harry could feel the magic like an ocean beneath the surface of the world. It was everywhere, in the rails, in the earth beneath the station, in the ancient stones of London itself. And it knew him. Reached for him. The way a dog pressed against its owner's hand. He navigated the underground the same way, instinct, magic, certainty. Changed at Embankment. Rode the Northern Line to Leicester Square. Walked up into the chaos of central London on a Saturday afternoon, crowds flowing around him like water around a stone. Charing Cross Road. He walked down it, scanning the shop fronts. Record shops. Bookstores. A cafe. And then, between a large bookshop and a record store, there was a door. A grimy, black-painted door beneath a hanging sign that read The Leaky Cauldron in letters that seemed to shift if he looked too long. People walked past it without glancing. Their eyes jumped from the bookshop to the record store as if nothing existed between them. Harry saw it clear as day. He pushed the door open and walked in. Dark. Smoky. A long bar with a bald man polishing glasses. Tables scattered around a cramped space, occupied by people in, yes, robes. Actual robes. Pointed hats. One woman had a live toad on her shoulder. A man in the corner was reading a newspaper where the photographs moved. Nobody looked up as Harry entered. The same not noticing that had carried him from Surrey. He crossed the pub quickly, making for the back. The book's knowledge guided him, out the back door, into a small courtyard with a brick wall. He stared at the wall. 3 up, 2 across from the dustbin. He didn't have a wand. But he had magic. Harry pressed his hand against the bricks, and they shuddered. Then they moved, folding back, rearranging, opening into an archway that revealed a cobblestone street beyond. Bright, despite the grey sky overhead. Crowded with color and movement and strangeness. Diagon Alley. He'd have liked to stop. To stare. To take in the window displays of cauldrons and broomsticks and owls and books with moving covers. But Harry had learned young that gawking made you a target, and he had a destination. Gringotts stood at the end of the alley like a crooked white fist thrust up from the cobblestones. The building leaned at angles that shouldn't have been possible, marble columns flanking bronze doors where, goblins. Short, sharp-featured, dressed in armor. They stood at attention by the doors, and their dark eyes tracked Harry as he approached. He felt their gaze like needles. He walked up the steps without slowing. The doors swung open before he reached them, which made one of the guard goblins jerk in surprise. Harry caught the movement from the corner of his eye and filed it away. The doors didn't usually do that, then. Inside, a vast marble hall stretched before him. More goblins behind a long counter, weighing gold, examining gems, scratching in ledgers. Witches and wizards queued at various stations. Crystal chandeliers threw sharp light across everything. Harry walked straight to the nearest available goblin, a particularly severe-looking one with half-moon spectacles perched on a nose like a blade. The goblin didn't look up from his ledger. "I need an inheritance test and blood verification," Harry said. His voice came out steady. Clear. Not the mumble of a boy who'd been trained to be silent and small. The goblin's quill stopped moving. He looked up, and his eyes, dark, bottomless, ancient, went immediately to Harry's right wrist, where the sigil still glowed faintly beneath the skin. The goblin set his quill down. Very carefully. "Come with me," he said. Not a request. He slid off his stool and moved toward a door behind the counter without checking if Harry followed. Harry followed. Through the door. Down a corridor of polished stone, carved stone, covered in angular script that Harry could almost read. Into an office that was larger than it should have been, furnished with a massive desk of dark wood and walls lined with weapons, not books. The goblin didn't sit behind the desk. He stood beside it and pulled a cord near the wall. Somewhere deep in the building, a bell rang. "Wait," the goblin said, and left. Harry waited. He examined the weapons on the walls, axes, swords, things he didn't have names for. All sharp. All clearly used, not decorative. The desk had a single item on it, a shallow stone basin, empty, with channels carved into its surface like a maze. The door opened again. A different goblin entered, older, Harry thought, though it was hard to tell. His armor was more ornate, worked with gold, and he carried himself with the particular weight of authority that Harry had learned to recognize in teachers, in Uncle Vernon's boss, in anyone who expected the world to arrange itself around them. This goblin looked at Harry. Looked at his wrist. And then did something Harry hadn't expected. He bowed. Shallow, barely an inclination of the head, but unmistakable. "I am Ragnarok," the goblin said, straightening. "Director of Gringotts. You will forgive the presumption, but it has been some time since that particular mark walked into my bank." "How long?" Harry asked. "Not since Merlin himself, by our records." Ragnarok moved behind the desk and sat. He was tall for a goblin, his eyes were level with Harry's even seated. "You are young." "I'm 8. "I can see that." "Sit." Harry sat in the chair opposite. It was too tall for him, his feet dangled. He didn't care. "The book said to come here. For an inheritance test." "The book." Ragnarok's eyes glittered. "The Libris Sanguinis. It found you. Then the blood is true." He paused. "But we will verify. For our records and for your protection. You understand this?" "Yes." Ragnarok produced a knife from somewhere, black-bladed, short, wickedly sharp. He set it on the desk between them and gestured at the stone basin. 7 drops in the basin. The stone will do the rest. Harry picked up the knife without hesitation. The blade was cold, but it felt respectful, somehow. Like it acknowledged what it was asking of him. He pricked his left index finger and let 7 drops of blood fall into the basin's central channel. The blood moved. Flowed through the carved channels like water finding its course, branching and splitting, filling pathways in the stone. Where it passed, golden light followed, seeping up from within the stone itself, illuminating channels Harry hadn't seen before. It took perhaps 30 seconds. When it finished, the entire basin was alight, a complex web of golden lines forming a pattern that Harry recognized, a family tree. 2 family trees, converging. Ragnarok leaned forward. Read the stone. His expression didn't change, exactly, but something in his bearing shifted, attention leaving his shoulders, or perhaps arriving in them. Harrison James Potter, Ragnarok said. Heir of the House of Potter. Heir of the House of Peveril. Heir of the House of Slytherin, through the secondary cadet line. Heir of the House of Emrys, through the matrilineal descent. He looked up. And by the terms of the Slytherin-Emrys Contract of Union, sealed in 982 and recognized by the Goblin Nation as binding in perpetuity, sovereign of magical Britain. The words hung in the air. Harry let them sit. What does that mean? He said. Practically. Ragnarok showed his teeth. Not quite a smile. Practically, Mr. Potter, it means you are the single wealthiest individual in magical Britain. The combined vaults of 4 ancient and noble houses fall under your authority. Properties in 6 countries. Seats on the Wiesengemot. Shares in half the businesses in this alley. He leaned back. And it means that the magic of this land, the ley lines, the wards, the very fabric of British magical society, recognizes you as its sovereign. This is not a political title. It is an ontological one. You are to magical Britain what a heart is to a body. Harry absorbed this. His feet still dangled above the floor. He was wearing Dudley's cast-off trainers with the sole peeling away from the left one. I don't know anything, Harry said. About this world. About magic. I grew up with, I didn't know any of this existed until today. Then you will learn, Ragnarok said. It wasn't comfort. It was fact. The goblins have no king but our own. We acknowledge no wizard authority. But the Emrys' sovereignty is different. Merlin brokered the peace between goblin kind and wizard kind. The contract that followed was signed in this very bank's predecessor. We have a vested interest in its legitimate holder. His dark eyes fixed on Harry. You will find us useful allies, Mr. Potter. And difficult enemies. I'd rather the first one, Harry said. Then we understand each other. Ragnarok pulled a drawer open and removed a stack of parchment, a quill, and a ring box. There is much paperwork. You will need to formally claim your vaults. But first, he opened the ring box. Inside, on black velvet, sat 2 rings. The first was gold, set with a dark red stone, simple, elegant, old. The Potter ring, Harry knew without being told. The second was silver, but silver like lightning or starlight, too bright, too alive. The stone set in it was black, and something moved inside it. The Emrys ring. The Slytherin ring is unavailable, Ragnarok said carefully. Its last known holder was Tom Marvolo Riddle, who styled himself Lord Voldemort. That ring is compromised. Tainted. We would advise against seeking it until you are considerably more powerful. Harry looked up sharply. Voldemort? You know the name. No. But I know somebody killed my parents. The book hadn't told him that directly, but the knowledge was there, part of the flood of information that had come with the awakening. That was him? Yes. Ragnarok watched him. Assessing. Harry reached for the Potter ring first. It slid onto his right ring finger and resized instantly, shrinking to fit his child's hand, settling against his skin with a pulse of warmth. Home. Safety. Family. He reached for the Emrys ring. The moment his fingers touched it, the world shifted. Not physically, nothing in the room changed. But Harry could suddenly feel everything. The ley lines beneath London, pulsing like veins. The wards around Diagon Alley, layered and ancient. The distant hum of Hogwarts, far to the north, burning like a bonfire on a hilltop. The entire magical infrastructure of Britain, spread out beneath his awareness like a map made of light and intent. And all of it, every line, every ward, every stone that held enchantment, reached for him. Acknowledged him. His. He slid the ring onto his left hand. The glow on his wrist flared once, brilliantly, and then settled. The sigil was no longer faint, it was a permanent mark, silver-white, sharp as a tattoo. Ragnarok watched with an expression that might have been satisfaction. "Well," the goblin said. "That settles that." Harry breathed out slowly. The awareness receded to a manageable background hum, present, but not overwhelming. He could reach for it when he needed it, he understood. Like a muscle. "Now," Ragnarok said, pulling the parchment closer. "Let us discuss your accounts. And your living situation, which I imagine is presently, inadequate." "I sleep in a cupboard under the stairs," Harry said flatly. Ragnarok's quill stopped. His eyes lifted. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. "The Emrys sovereign," Ragnarok said, each word precise and cold, "sleeps in a cupboard." "Not anymore." Something dangerous flickered in Ragnarok's expression, a fury that wasn't directed at Harry, but was no less terrifying for it. "No," the goblin agreed. "Not anymore. We will arrange appropriate housing from your properties immediately. The Potter Manor in Wales is intact and staffed by house elves, I don't know what house elves are, who have maintained the property in anticipation of an heir's return. It is warded, hidden, and comfortable." Ragnarok paused. "You are 8 years old. The Muggle authorities will they be able to find me? At Potter Manor? No. No Muggle could locate it, and no wizard could breach its wards without your explicit permission. The property exists in a space that is, functionally, yours alone." "Then that's where I'll go." Harry sat straighter. "What about money? I need things. Clothes. Books. Everything." Ragnarok reached into his drawer again and produced a card, black, featureless except for a small golden G in one corner. "This draws directly from your primary vault. It works in both magical and Muggle establishments. There is no limit." A pause. "Your primary vault alone holds approximately 14 million galleons. I will not bore you with the conversion rate, but suffice to say, you could purchase everything in Diagon Alley. Twice." Harry took the card. Looked at it. Felt absolutely nothing about the money itself, it was abstract, meaningless in the way that very large numbers always were. What mattered was what it meant, he would never be hungry again. Never wear someone else's broken cast-offs. Never depend on anyone who despised him. "One more thing," Harry said. "You mentioned Voldemort. He killed my parents. Everyone thinks he's dead." Ragnarok's expression shuddered. "The wizarding world believes so. The goblin nation is, less certain. There were signs, in the magic, that suggest his death was incomplete. If he's alive, if he comes back, he killed the parents of the Emrys sovereign. What does that make him?" "An enemy of the crown," Ragnarok said. "And therefore, by ancient compact, an enemy of the goblin nation." Harry nodded. "Filed that away. I have a lot to learn." "Yes. I need tutors. Books. Someone who can teach me about this world, the politics, the history, the magic. All of it. This can be arranged. The cost doesn't matter. Harry met Ragnar's eyes. I'm not going to be a puppet king. I'm not going to be ignorant. I have 3 years before I'm supposed to start at Hogwarts, and by then I intend to know everything I need to know. Ragnar studied him for a long moment. Then that blade-like smile returned. You remind me of your ancestor. Merlin, when he first came to us, was similarly direct. He stood. I will have our legal team begin the formal paperwork. Claim documents for all 4 houses. Property transfers. The Wisengamot seats will require a formal declaration, but that can wait until you choose to reveal yourself. The Muggle guardianship can be dissolved quietly, we have contacts in their government. Don't hurt the Dursleys, Harry said. Not out of affection. Out of practicality. I don't want attention. As you wish. Ragnar moved toward the door, then paused. A word of caution, Mr. Potter. There is a man, Albus Dumbledore. He is the one who placed you with your Muggle relatives. He is powerful, respected, and he considers himself your guardian in the magical world, though he has no legal basis for this. He will notice your disappearance. He will search. Let him search. He is not a man to be dismissed lightly. Harry looked at the goblin. Neither am I. Ragnar inclined his head. No, he said. You are not. Welcome back to the magical world, your majesty. It has missed you. 2 hours later, Harry stood in the entrance hall of Potter Manor and tried to comprehend the scale of his life's change. The manor was, beautiful wasn't the right word. It was alive. Built of grey Welsh stone that seemed to breathe, surrounded by grounds that rolled down to a river valley and up into forested hills. Inside, the house was warm without visible fires, lit without visible lamps, and so thoroughly permeated with magic that Harry could feel it in his teeth. 3 house elves had appeared the moment he crossed the threshold. Small, barely reaching his waist, with enormous eyes and bat-like ears, dressed in clean cloth bearing the Potter crest. The eldest, who introduced herself as Mipsy, had taken one look at him and burst into tears. Master Harry is home, she'd wept, clutching at his trouser leg. Mipsy knew. Mipsy always knew Master Harry would come home. He'd let her cry. Let her fuss. Let her lead him through the house, the library, the sitting rooms, the kitchens, the bedrooms, the dueling room, yes, dueling room, the potions laboratory, the observatory. His parents' old rooms, preserved exactly as they'd left them. His nursery. He'd stood in the nursery for a long time. There was a mobile above the crib, broomsticks, charmed to actually fly in tiny circles. A stuffed stag on the shelf. A small knitted blanket in red and gold. He didn't cry. He'd learned not to, years ago. But he stood there, and he felt it, and when Mipsy quietly appeared with a cup of hot chocolate, he took it and drank and was grateful. Now he stood in the entrance hall, looking at the family portraits on the walls, Potters going back generations, their painted eyes watching him with curiosity and something that might have been pride. I don't know what I'm doing, he told them. A woman in the nearest portrait, his grandmother, he thought, from the resemblance to his father in old photographs, smiled at him. None of us did, dear, she said. But you're a Potter. You'll figure it out. Harry finished his hot chocolate. Set the cup on the hall table. Squared his shoulders. Mipsy, he called. The elf appeared instantly. Yes, Master Harry. I need you to arrange a bedroom for me. Not the nursery, somewhere I can grow into. And I need a desk, and parchment, and ink. I have plans to make. Of course, Master Harry. Right away, Master Harry. Mipsy vanished with a crack. Harry walked into the library. 3 stories of books, floor to ceiling, with a rolling ladder and comfortable chairs and a fire that lit itself as he entered. He ran his hand along the nearest shelf. Pulled out a book at random. An Introduction to Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling. He opened it. Began to read. The magic hummed around him, warm, present, approving. He could feel it in the walls, in the floors, in the very air. Potter Manor was happy to have its heir home. The wards tightened around the property like an embrace, responding to his presence, strengthening themselves without conscious effort on his part. 3 years. He had 3 years before Hogwarts, before the wizarding world expected him to appear as the boy who lived, some tragic orphan to be pitted and prodded. 3 years to learn, to grow, to build. By the time they met him, he wouldn't be a boy who'd survived. He'd be a king who'd arrived. Harry turned the page and kept reading. 12 days later, Harry was midway through his 14th book, The Rise and Fall of Dark Lords, A Political History, when the wards chimed. He looked up from his desk. The study he'd claimed on the second floor had become his command center, books in organized stacks, parchment covered in notes, a large map of magical Britain pinned to the wall with ley lines traced in glowing ink. The map had done that itself when he'd asked it to. He'd read voraciously, magical theory, history, politics, law, basic spellwork. The magic in his blood seemed to accelerate his comprehension. What should have taken months, he absorbed in days. He'd also started practicing. Without a wand, wands, he'd learned, were focuses, not requirements, and the Emrys bloodline had never needed them. His results were significant. On day 3, he'd levitated his entire desk. On day 5, he'd accidentally transfigured the study curtains into birds when he sneezed. They'd turned back when he asked them to. On day 9, he'd pulled on the ley line beneath the manor and felt power flood through him like a dam breaking, enough power to level the house, enough to reshape the landscape. He'd let it go, carefully, and spent the rest of the day learning to modulate his pull. He was powerful. Absurdly, almost frighteningly powerful. The books helped him understand why. The Emrys line carried magic like a river carried water, and being the recognized sovereign meant the land's ambient magic fed into him willingly. He wasn't just a wizard. He was a nexus point. But power without knowledge was useless, so he read. The ward chime came again, someone at the property boundary, requesting entry. Not breaching. Requesting. Harry closed his book and reached for the wards. It was like extending a hand to feel what was there. Outside the boundary, he found a letter. Delivered by Owl. He'd learned about Owl Post. The wards had caught it at the perimeter because he'd instructed them to catch everything. He let the owl through. It swooped in through the window he opened, dropped a thick envelope on his desk, and left without waiting for a reply. Official, then. The envelope was cream-colored parchment, sealed with purple wax bearing an ornate W. Harry opened it. Dear Mr. Potter, it has come to the attention of the Wisengamot Administrative Services that claim documents have been filed for the seats of Houses Potter, Peveril, Slytherin, Cadet, and Emrys. As the filing was made through Gringotts Banking Corporation on behalf of a minor heir, we are required to verify. Harry read the full letter. Bureaucracy. They wanted him to appear in person to verify his identity and his claims. Standard procedure, apparently, for anyone claiming a Wisengamot seat. He'd expected this. Ragnarok had warned him, the moment the paperwork hit the ministry, people would notice. Questions would be asked. The name Potter alone would cause a stir. The name Emrys would cause an earthquake. But Harry wasn't ready for that earthquake. Not yet. He was still 8, 9 in 2 months, and while his magic was formidable, his knowledge of the political landscape was still developing. He needed more time. He wrote a response in his neatest hand, which was getting better, thanks to daily practice with a quill. To the Wisengamot Administrative Services, I acknowledge receipt of your verification request. As the claimant is a minor below the age of majority, I invoke the precedent of protected minority, Wisengamot Charter, Article 7, Section 3, which allows claim verification to be deferred until the heir's 11th birthday or first public appearance before the body, whichever occurs first. The claims remain filed and active. They are not withdrawn. Regards, H.J. Potter, Lord of the ancient and most noble house of Potter by right of blood and magic. He'd found Article 7, Section 3 on day 6. The advantage of having a library full of legal texts and a mind that devoured information like fire devoured air. He sealed the letter, called Mipsy to send it by return owl, and went back to his reading. But the wards chimed again, barely an hour later. Different this time, not an owl. A person. Standing at the boundary. Not trying to enter. Just, standing there. Harry closed his eyes and felt. The wards showed him, an old man. Very old. Long beard, long robes, a pointed hat. Magic radiating from him like heat from a furnace, powerful, immensely powerful. And probing. Reaching toward the wards with careful, expert fingers, trying to read them without triggering them. Albus Dumbledore. It had to be. Harry's heart beat faster, but he breathed through it. The wards were his. The magic was his. This was his home, and no one entered without his will. The old man probed for several minutes. Harry felt him try 3 different analytical spells, none of them breached even the outer layer of the wards. Potter Manor's protections were 1,000 years deep, keyed to blood, and now reinforced by a sovereign's will. They might as well have been solid diamond. Eventually, Dumbledore stopped. Harry felt something else, a letter, passed through the ward boundary. Not an owl. The old man physically placed it on the ground inside the boundary line, trusting the wards would deliver it to their master. They did. Mipsy brought it to his desk moments later. Dear Harry, I was your parents' friend. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts School, where they studied and where you will study when you are 11. I placed you with your aunt and uncle to keep you safe after your parents' deaths, and I was greatly alarmed to discover you are no longer there. I do not wish to intrude. I only wish to know you are safe and cared for. If you would be willing to meet, I would be happy to answer any questions you might have about your parents or the magical world. Warmly, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read it twice. The tone was careful, grandfatherly, warm, concerned. Every word chosen to build trust. To present himself as an ally, a mentor, a connection to the parents Harry had never known. It was masterful. And Harry saw through it completely. Not because the concern was fake, it might be genuine. But because beneath it lay assumption. I placed you. I was alarmed. As if Harry were a chess piece that had moved itself off the board without permission. He considered not responding. Let Dumbledore wonder. Let the mystery build, let the old man waste his energy searching and speculating. But no. Better to establish the dynamic now. Better to let Dumbledore know, from the very beginning, that Harry Potter was not a piece on anyone's board. He wrote, Professor Dumbledore, I am safe. I am cared for. I am in my family's home, where I should have been from the beginning. I know what you did, placing me with the Dursleys. I know why you did it, you believed my mother's blood protection required a blood relative's home to anchor. I also know that you never checked on me. Not once in 7 years. If you had, you would have found me sleeping in a cupboard, wearing rags, and being treated as something less than human. I do not say this to accuse. I say it so you understand, I will never trust someone else to make decisions about my life again. I will attend Hogwarts when I am 11. Until then, I require privacy. Do not attempt to breach my wards. You will not succeed, and I will consider it an act of aggression. Harry Potter. He sealed it. Gave it to Mipsy to place at the boundary. 15 minutes later, the presence at the wards vanished. The letter was gone. Dumbledore had retreated. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Then he opened his next book, Practical Wandless Magic for the Gifted Practitioner, and got back to work. The next 2 years passed in a blur of growth. Harry trained. He studied. He pushed himself with the single-minded intensity of a boy who understood, at a level most adults never reached, that power meant nothing without the knowledge to wield it and the wisdom to wield it well. Ragnarok arranged tutors, goblins, not wizards. Less likely to gossip, the director said. And better teachers, though I am biased. Goblin magic was different from wizard magic, based on crafting, on binding, on the deep structure of the world rather than the surface effects wizards favored. Harry learned both. Goblin combat magic. Goblin ward crafting. Goblin politics and history and negotiation. He also learned from books. His family's library was extraordinary, and Ragnarok supplemented it with texts from the Gringotts vaults. The Emrys collection alone was staggering, Merlin's own journals, written in a cipher that Harry's blood allowed him to read. Theory. Philosophy. Accounts of how magic actually worked, at levels the modern wizarding world had completely forgotten. He learned that wands were a crutch, useful for precision, but limiting. His ancestors hadn't used them. He wouldn't need one. He learned that Hogwarts had been built on Emrys land, with a charter signed by all 4 founders and countersigned by the Emrys line. Technically, the school belonged to him. He learned about Voldemort. About the war. About the prophecy. Ragnarok's intelligence network was excellent, and the goblins had ears in places wizards never suspected. A prophecy existed, connecting Harry to the Dark Lord. Dumbledore knew it. The full text was stored in the Department of Mysteries. Harry added "Retrieve Prophecy" to his list and moved on. Prophecies were useful data, not binding contracts. He learned about the political landscape, the pureblood families, the ministry factions, the blood supremacist ideology that Voldemort had weaponized. He learned who had been Death Eaters and who had bought their way out of Azkaban. He learned about Lucius Malfoy's influence, Cornelius Fudge's incompetence, and Dumbledore's stranglehold on the Flight faction. He turned 9. Then 10. At 10, he could duel his goblin combat instructor to a standstill. He could read the ley lines like a map. He could apparate, not the wizard version, with its crude compression, but the older way, stepping through the fabric of space like walking through a door. He could ward a building in minutes, communicate with magical creatures through direct magical resonance, and channel enough raw power through his body to challenge any living wizard. He'd also grown. Proper food and proper care had transformed him, still lean, still compact, but healthy. Strong. His eyes were bright and sharp behind new glasses, round, gold-framed, chosen by him. His hair was still impossible, but he'd stopped caring about that. The sigil on his wrist glowed silver-white, always visible, and he made no effort to hide it. He was ready. On July 31st, the day he turned 11, Harry Potter sat at his desk in Potter Manor and penned 2 letters. The first was to Hogwarts, accepting his place. The second was to the Wizengamot Administrative Services, invoking his right of formal appearance. The king was coming to court. And nothing would ever be the same. Chapter 2, The Court Assembles. The letter from the Wizengamot Administrative Services arrived 3 days after Harry's birthday, carried by an eagle owl that looked deeply offended at having to wait at the ward boundary for clearance. Dear Lord Potter, we acknowledge your invocation of formal appearance under Article 7, Section 3 of the Wizengamot Charter. Your verification hearing is scheduled for August 15th at 10 a.m. in Courtroom 7 of the Ministry of Magic. Please be advised that, as a minor claimant, you are entitled to bring a magical guardian or legal representative. Given the unusual nature of your claims, specifically the Emrys seat, which has not been actively held in over 1,000 years, the Chief Warlock has requested expanded attendance for the verification session. Yours in service, Matilda Hopkirk. Wizengamot Administrative Services. Harry read it at breakfast, proper breakfast now, eggs and toast and bacon, eaten at a table large enough for 20 but set for 1. He'd gotten used to eating alone. Mipsy and the other elves fussed over him regardless, ensuring every meal was a production. The Chief Warlock, Harry said aloud. That's Dumbledore. He set the letter aside and pulled over his notebook, Muggle, spiral-bound, because Quillan parchment was fine for formal correspondence but terrible for fast thinking. He'd filled a dozen of these over the past 2 years, each one a dense web of notes, diagrams, plans. Expanded attendance. Dumbledore wanted witnesses. Wanted the full Wizengamot there, or as many as he could gather, when Harry made his claims. Why? 2 possibilities. 1. Dumbledore wanted the claims publicly challenged. If enough lords protested, if enough legal objections were raised, the verification could be delayed. Tied up in committee. Buried under procedure. That would give Dumbledore time to maneuver, to approach Harry privately, to reassert his influence. 2. Dumbledore simply wanted to see what Harry would do. Wanted to observe, assess, measure. The old man had been quiet these past 2 years, no more letters after that first exchange, no further attempts at the wards. But Harry hadn't been naive enough to think he'd been forgotten. Dumbledore was watching from a distance, gathering information, waiting. Harry wrote in his notebook, expanded attendance equals opportunity. More witnesses equals harder to suppress. Make the claim undeniable. Make it public. Make it magic. He tapped his pen against the page. The verification hearing was designed for normal seat claims. A wizard showed up, presented proof of lineage, the Wizengamot approved the claim, done. Boring. Administrative. The kind of thing that usually happened in front of 3 board officials and a court scribe. But Harry wasn't making a normal claim. He was claiming 4 seats, including one that hadn't been held in a millennium. And the Emrys claim wasn't just a political title. It was magical sovereignty. If he did this right, the magic itself would testify. He needed it to be undeniable. Unchallengeable. The kind of thing that people would talk about for generations. The kind of entrance that made opposition pointless before it began. Harry smiled. It was the kind of smile his goblin combat instructor had once called concerning. He had 12 days to prepare. For days before the hearing, Harry went to Diagon Alley. He'd been back several times over the past 2 years, always under glamour, always quiet, always in and out for specific purposes. Books. Equipment. Supplies for his training. He'd never lingered, never drawn attention. Today was different. Today he needed robes. Not Hogwarts robes, he'd get those later. Today he needed something that said exactly what he wanted to say without a single word being spoken. Something that said I am here, I am real, and I am not asking your permission. Twilfit and Tattings was the premier robe shop in magical Britain, more expensive than Madame Malkin's, more exclusive, the kind of place where pureblood families placed orders months in advance. Harry walked in without an appointment, glamour dropped, wearing well-fitted Muggle clothes that would have looked unremarkable on any London street. The shop was empty except for a witch behind the counter, middle-aged, elegant, with measuring tapes draped around her neck like scarves. She looked up, took in his age, his Muggle clothing, and his lack of a visible adult guardian, and her expression went polite in the particular way that meant I'm about to tell you this isn't the right shop for you, dear. Then she saw the rings on his hands. The sigil on his wrist. The measuring tapes around her neck went still, actually froze, like they'd been charmed to respond to certain stimuli. Her eyes went wide. I need formal robes, Harry said. For a Wizengamot appearance. In 4 days. I would normally need at least a fortnight, I'll pay triple your rush rate. He set the Gringotts card on the counter. I want something in black. Potter crest on the right, Emrys sigil on the left. No gold, silver fastenings. And I need it to move well. I won't be sitting still the whole time. She stared at him for 3 seconds. Then professionalism overtook shock, and she was suddenly all business, tapes flying off her neck to measure him, a sketch pad appearing in her hand, fabric samples floating down from upper shelves. Acromantula silk base, she said, more to herself than to him. For the drape. With a basilisk skin weave for structure, you'll want it formal but not stiff. Silver clasps, you said. The Potter crest is on file, the Emrys sigil, I'll need a reference. Harry held up his wrist. She looked at it and sketched rapidly. Stunning piece of magic, that, she murmured. I've only seen the sigil in reference books. Never thought I'd, well. 4 days. I can do it. Come back on the 14th for a final fitting. Thank you, Harry said. He meant it. She'd recovered faster than he'd expected and hadn't asked a single intrusive question. He left the shop and turned down the alley. Still things to do. He needed, well. That's Twilfit and Tattings. Harry turned. A boy about his age stood behind him, blonde, pointed features, expensively dressed in robes that probably cost more than the Dursley's car. He carried himself with the unconscious arrogance of someone who'd never been told no. A woman stood behind the boy. Tall, blonde, beautiful in a cold and calculated way. Her hand rested on the boy's shoulder, and her eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that had nothing to do with casual curiosity. She was looking at his wrist. At the sigil. I'm Draco Malfoy, the boy said, extending his hand with practiced ease. And this is my mother. Are you starting Hogwarts this year too? Harry studied him for a moment. Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy's son. The Death Eater who'd bought his freedom. The political operator who controlled half the ministry through gold and favors. But the boy wasn't his father. Not yet. And the mother, Narcissa Malfoy, née Black. Harry had read about her. Ambitious. Intelligent. Fiercely protective of her son. Not a Death Eater herself, though married to one. A woman who played the long game, who survived by being 3 steps ahead of everyone around her. Her eyes hadn't left his wrist. Harry took Draco's hand. Harry Potter. The effect was instantaneous. Draco's eyes went wide, actually comically wide, and darted up to Harry's forehead, looking for the scar. Harry's fringe covered it, but barely. Draco opened his mouth, probably to say something about the boy who lived, but his mother's hand tightened on his shoulder, and he shut it again. Narcissa Malfoy stepped forward. Her expression hadn't changed, still controlled, still calculating, but something had shifted behind her eyes. Something like recognition. Like a piece clicking into place. Mr. Potter, she said. Her voice was smooth, cultured, giving nothing away. What a pleasure. We had heard you were, out of contact. I was, Harry said. I'm not anymore. Clearly. Her gaze flicked to his wrist again. Back to his face. That's a remarkable piece of jewelry you're wearing. Both of them. Thank you. The one on your left hand, I've seen it depicted in the Black family archives. Once. In a very old volume that my aunt kept under a blood ward. She paused. Smiled. It was a dangerous smile, the smile of someone who just found a winning card where she'd expected an empty hand. I wonder, Mr. Potter, if you have time for tea. Mother, Draco started. Hush, Draco. Harry considered. His instinct said careful. But his instinct also said useful. Narcissa Malfoy wasn't approaching him out of kindness. She was approaching him because she recognized what the Emrys ring meant, and she wanted to position herself and her son on the winning side. That was fine. Harry didn't need people to love him. He needed people who were smart enough to see where power was shifting and practical enough to act on it. I have time, Harry said. Narcissa led them to a private parlor above Fortescue's, clearly a regular booking, because the host simply nodded and took them straight up. The room was small, tasteful, with privacy wards that activated the moment the door closed. Harry noted them with approval. Tea appeared. Draco sat across from Harry, still staring with obvious fascination. Narcissa poured with practiced grace and waited until they were all settled before speaking. "I won't insult your intelligence by pretending this is purely social," she said. "I'd be disappointed if you did." That earned him another of those dangerous smiles. "You're not what I expected. The rumors about you, that Dumbledore had you hidden somewhere, being raised by Muggles, kept ignorant of your heritage, all true. Until 2 years ago. And now?" Harry sipped his tea. It was good, better than anything he'd made himself at the manor. "Now I know exactly who I am, Lady Malfoy. And I suspect you do too. Given that your eyes haven't left my wrist since we met." Narcissa set her cup down. Draco was looking between them, clearly aware that something was happening over his head and not happy about it. "Will someone explain?" Draco started. "The ring on Mr. Potter's left hand," Narcissa said, without looking away from Harry, "is the Emrys' sovereign ring. It hasn't been worn by anyone in over 1,000 years. It cannot be worn by anyone not of the blood, it would kill them. The sigil on his wrist is Merlin's mark. It appears only when the ring accepts a legitimate heir." She paused. "Your father told me stories about it when we were young. He said whoever bore that ring would be the most powerful person in magical Britain. Not politically, magically. The land itself would obey them." Draco's mouth hung open. He closed it. Looked at Harry. You're I haven't made any public claims yet," Harry said. "That changes on August 15th. Narcissa's eyebrows rose fractionally. "The Wizengamot? Verification hearing. I'm claiming all 4 seats. Potter, Peverell, Slytherin Cadet, and Emrys." Silence. Narcissa picked up her tea again, drank, set it down. Her mind was clearly racing behind that perfect porcelain composure. "Slytherin," she said. "You realize what that means? In the current climate? It means half the pureblood faction will have to acknowledge that their hero's legacy belongs to a half-blood raised by Muggles." "Yes. I'm aware. It will cause chaos." "Good." Harry met her eyes squarely. "Chaos is an opportunity." Narcissa laughed. It was a short, startled sound, genuine, he thought. Not performed. "You really aren't what I expected." "What did you expect?" "A frightened boy. A pawn. Someone Dumbledore could shape." She tilted her head. "You're something else entirely." "I'm exactly what the magic made me to be." Harry set his teacup down and leaned forward. "Lady Malfoy. You're here because you see which way the wind is blowing. You're a survivor, your family's survival is everything to you. So let me make this simple, I'm not asking you to swear fealty. I'm not asking you to betray your husband. I'm telling you that the political landscape of magical Britain is about to be remade, and the people who stand with me early will be remembered. The people who stand against me," he shrugged. Narcissa studied him for a long moment. Then she reached across the table and turned his left hand over, examining the ring. Her fingers were cool, her touch careful. "My husband," she said quietly, "serves a master he believes is dead. He hoards power like a dragon hoards gold, and he will see you as a threat or a tool. There is no third option for him. And you?" "I see my son's future." She looked at Draco, who was watching with an expression caught between awe and uncertainty. "I see that the world Lucius built, the alliances, the ideology, the posturing, is a house of cards. It was always a house of cards. And you?" She looked back at Harry. "You're the wind." "Then help me," Harry said. "Not Lucius. Not Voldemort's ideology. Help me. Tell me who in the Wizengamot will be there on the 15th. Tell me who can be swayed and who will fight. Tell me what Dumbledore will do." Narcissa removed her hand from his. Straightened. Something had decided itself behind her eyes. "Dumbledore will try to delay," she said. He'll invoke concerns about your age, about undue influence, about the validity of ancient contracts. He won't be aggressive, he never is, publicly. He'll be concerned. Grandfatherly. He'll suggest that perhaps you need guidance, a guardian. Precisely. Himself, naturally. If he can be named your magical guardian, he can delay your seat claims until you're of age. 17 years under his guidance. His shaping. He won't succeed. Not if you present the verification correctly, no. The blood test is incontrovertible, if you've already done one at Gringotts, and the goblins will testify, they will. Then the claims themselves cannot be denied. But the exercise of those seats, that's where he'll fight. A minor cannot vote in the Wiesengemot without a proxy or a legal emancipation. He'll argue you need a proxy. He'll volunteer. Harry nodded. He'd anticipated this. What if I'm already emancipated? Narcissa's eyes sharpened. Are you? The Emrys' sovereignty carries automatic legal majority. It's in the original charter, the sovereign cannot be a minor under law, regardless of physical age. I found the precedent in the Hogwarts Charter, of all places. Article 1, the Lord of the Emrys line shall hold full majority from the moment of magical recognition, being subject to no guardian, regency, or authority save that of magic itself. Narcissa stared at him. Then she started laughing, proper laughing, hand over her mouth, shoulders shaking. Draco looked alarmed. Mother? He's going to use Dumbledore's own school charter against him, Narcissa said, still laughing. Oh, this is going to be magnificent. Harry allowed himself a small smile. I need you there, Lady Malfoy. On the 15th. In the gallery, if not on the floor. I need Draco there too. I need people to see that I already have allies. That this isn't a scared child making wild claims, it's a fait accompli. Narcissa composed herself. We'll be there. And I'll reach out to certain families. Quietly. Families who would benefit from a shift in the balance of power. Families who are tired of choosing between Dumbledore and the ghost of the Dark Lord. Not the Parkinsons, Harry said. Not yet. They're too close to your husband. He'll hear. She looked at him with something approaching genuine respect. You've done your research. I've had 2 years with nothing to do but prepare. Harry stood. Thank you for the tea, Lady Malfoy. Draco, he turned to the boy, who was still processing everything. I know this is a lot. But I'm going to need people my own age that I can trust. People who are smart and loyal. I'm told you're one of the former. I'm hoping you'll be the latter. Draco straightened. Drew himself up with the kind of pride that was bred into pure-blood children from birth. Yes. I'd like that. I mean, Merlin, you're Harry Potter and does that mean you're going to be in Slytherin? I'm going to be wherever I decide to be, Harry said. But I suspect we'll be seeing a lot of each other regardless. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. One more thing. Dumbledore will have people watching the alley. If he knows I was here today, he'll know I talked to you. I can handle my end of that. Can you handle yours? Narcissa's smile went sharp as a blade. Mr. Potter. I have been managing dangerous men since I was 16 years old. You needn't worry about me. Then I won't. Good afternoon. He left the parlor, walked back through Fortescue's, and stepped into the alley's afternoon crowd. 3 seconds later, a subtle glamour slid over him like water, changing his features just enough to be unremarkable, unrecognizable. He could feel Dumbledore's monitoring charms on the alley, passive little things attached to the shop fronts, feeding information back to the old man's office. They slid off him like rain off glass. Harry Potter vanished into the crowd. And began planning his entrance. August 14th. The day before the hearing. Harry stood in the dueling room at Potter Manor, stripped to the waist, running through combat forms his goblin instructor had drilled into him over 2 years. Not with a wand. With his hands. Magic flowed from his palms in controlled bursts, cutting arcs of silver light, shields that snapped into existence and dissolved, projectiles of compressed force that punched holes in the training dummies across the room. His movements were fluid, deliberate, each form flowing into the next. The magic responded to his intent without hesitation, without resistance. It wanted to be used. He finished the sequence, breathing hard. Sweat ran down his back. The training dummies were in ruins, 3 of them shattered entirely, the 4th barely standing with a fist-sized hole through its center. Again, said Griphook, not the Griphook from the bank, but his namesake, a goblin combat master with scarred hands and no patience for imprecision. He'd been Harry's primary instructor for 18 months. Your 4th form is sloppy. The transition leaks power. My 4th form put a hole through solid oak. Sloppy power can still destroy. It can also be exploited by someone who knows what they're looking at. Again. Harry grinned and reset his stance. He liked Griphook. The goblin never patronized him, never held back, never treated him as a child. He treated him as a student, which meant demanding nothing less than excellence. They ran the forms 3 more times. By the end, Harry's arms burned and his magic thrummed like a plucked string. Griphook nodded, his version of high praise, and sheathed his own training blade. You won't need combat tomorrow, Griphook said. But it's good to be ready. I always want to be ready. Spoken like a goblin. Griphook collected his things. A word of advice, young king. The wizards in that room tomorrow, most of them haven't seen real power in decades. They've grown soft. Bureaucratic. When you show them what you are, some will be awed. Some will be afraid. And some, he fixed Harry with a hard stare. Some will smile and kneel and plan your death behind their eyes. Watch for the ones who aren't afraid. They're either too stupid to understand what they're seeing, or too dangerous to be caught off guard. I'll remember. Griphook left. Harry showered, dressed, and went to his study. He had preparation to do that had nothing to do with combat. On his desk lay a folder Ragnarok had delivered that morning. Inside, dossiers on every Wisengamot member likely to attend tomorrow. Their allegiances, their debts, Gringotts knew everyone's debts, their families, their secrets. Harry didn't intend to use most of it, blackmail was a last resort, not a first move. But knowledge was armor, and he intended to walk in armor to the teeth. He reviewed the names. Augusta Longbottom, formidable, traditionalist, the de facto head of the Longbottom family since her son's incapacitation. She held a powerful voting bloc and owed allegiance to neither Dumbledore nor the pureblood faction. Possible ally, Harry noted. Approach after the hearing. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Fair. Principled. Would care about legal legitimacy above politics. If Harry's claims were solid, and they were, she'd support them regardless of who benefited. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Weak. Easily led. Would follow whoever seemed to be winning. Not worth approaching directly, he'd fall in line once the wind shifted. Lucius Malfoy, would be there. Narcissa had confirmed it in a brief, coded note delivered yesterday. He didn't know about Harry and Narcissa's arrangement. He would see Harry's claims and calculate. The Slytherin seat, in particular, would interest him. The Death Eaters had built their identity around Slytherin's legacy. Having that legacy claimed by Harry Potter would be a direct challenge. And Dumbledore. Chief Warlock. The most powerful wizard in Britain, or so people believed. He'd be in the chair, running the session, setting the tone. He would be subtle. He would be kind. He would be utterly relentless. Harry closed the folder. Leaned back in his chair. Closed his eyes. He could feel the ley lines beneath the manor, pulsing in their eternal rhythm. Could feel the magic of Britain spread out around him, vast and old and patient. Tomorrow he would stand before the leaders of the magical world and tell them who he was. What he was. He was ready. But first, there was one more thing to do tonight. Number 4, Privet Drive looked exactly the same. Of course it did. The identical houses with their identical gardens and identical cars in their identical driveways. The Dursleys' home was distinguishable only by the particularly aggressive normality of its flower beds. Harry stood across the street in the dark, invisible to anyone without magic. It was past midnight. The house was dark, everyone asleep. He hadn't been back here in 2 years. Hadn't thought much about it, honestly. The Dursleys occupied a space in his mind that was carefully walled off, filed under past and done. But he was here for a reason. He crossed the street. The front door unlocked at a touch, the lock was nothing, barely a suggestion to his magic. He slipped inside. The hallway was exactly as he remembered, too clean, too polished, photographs on every wall of a fat blonde boy in various poses. Not a single one of Harry. The cupboard under the stairs was closed. He opened it. Small. So small. He'd grown in 2 years, he wouldn't fit in there now. The mattress was still there. The army of plastic soldiers he'd arranged on the shelf. The smell of dust and cleaning chemicals. Harry closed the door. Went upstairs. The second bedroom, his, technically, though he'd only had it for a few months before the Dursleys started locking him in the cupboard as punishment for freakishness. The room was Dudley's second bedroom now, full of broken toys and discarded electronics. He didn't go to Vernon and Petunia's room. Didn't go to Dudley's. There was no point. He wasn't here for revenge. Wasn't here to frighten them or punish them. That was beneath him, and more importantly, it was useless. They were Muggles living in a Muggle world, and after tomorrow, they would be so far beneath his notice that revenge would be like kicking an ant. No. He was here for one thing. He went back downstairs, into the kitchen, and opened the drawer where Petunia kept important documents. Shuffled through bills and insurance paperwork until he found it, a battered envelope, yellowed with age, shoved to the very back. He pulled it out. Recognized the handwriting on the front immediately, he'd seen it on 100 documents in the Potter vault. His mother's hand. Petunia, that was all it said on the envelope. The letter inside was short, written on normal paper in blue ink. Toonie, I know you don't want to hear from me. I know you think what I am is wrong, or shameful, or dangerous. But I need you to know, if anything happens to James and me, our son Harry will need a home. Dumbledore says he'll bring Harry to you if the worst happens. I know it's a lot to ask. I know we haven't spoken in years. Please take care of him. Please love him. He's just a baby, Toonie. He didn't ask for any of this. I'm sorry for everything between us. I hope one day you can forgive me for being what I am. All my love, Lily. Harry read it twice. Folded it carefully. Put it in his pocket. His mother had apologized. Had begged her sister to love him. And Petunia had taken the baby and put him in a cupboard and made him cook and clean and told him his parents were worthless drunks who died in a car crash. Something cold settled in Harry's chest. Not rage, he was past rage about the Dursleys. Something more like resolve. His mother had deserved better. He had deserved better. And the man who'd left him here, who'd trusted this family with a baby and never checked, tomorrow, Harry thought. Tomorrow I look Dumbledore in the eye and he sees what his negligence created. He left the house. Locked the door behind him. Stepped into the dark Surrey night and disappeared. August 15th dawned clear and sharp. Harry woke early, not from nerves, but from energy. The magic was buzzing in his blood like electricity, sensing what was coming. The ley lines beneath Potter Manor pulsed in a faster rhythm, as if the land itself was excited. He dressed with care. The robes from Twilfit and Tattings were perfect, black acromantula silk that moved like liquid shadow, cut close to his frame but allowing full range of motion. Silver clasps. The Potter crest embroidered on the right breast in deep red and gold. The Emrys sigil on the left in silver that seemed to catch light from nowhere. Beneath the robes, dragonhide boots, practical, in case things went wrong. They wouldn't. But practical. He examined himself in the mirror. 11 years old, but he didn't look it, the set of his jaw, the steadiness of his gaze, the way he held himself. The sigil on his wrist glowed through the silk of his sleeve. The 2 rings caught the light. You look like your father, the mirror said. But you stand like your mother. Harry turned from the mirror and went downstairs. Mipsy had breakfast waiting. He ate, though he barely tasted it. Not from anxiety. From focus. At 9:30, he apparat to a quiet alley near the Ministry of Magic's visitors' entrance. The London street was busy with morning commuters, none of whom noticed a boy in dark robes appearing from thin air in a shadowed alcove. He could have used the visitors' entrance, the telephone box. But that was for visitors. Instead, he reached into the magical fabric of London and found the ministry itself, buried deep beneath the streets. It was a massive structure in magical terms, a cathedral of enchantments and wards, thrumming with the combined magic of 1,000 years of governance. And all of it connected to the ley lines. Connected to him. Harry stepped through the fabric of space and appeared directly in the ministry atrium. He'd timed it for maximum effect. The atrium was busy at 9:30, ministry workers streaming in for the day, memos flying overhead, the great fountain in the center splashing cheerfully. His appearance, stepping out of nothing in the middle of the floor without a sound, without a crack of displaced air, without any of the usual markers of apparition, turned heads immediately. People stared. A young wizard dropped his coffee. A witch in lime green robes stopped mid-conversation with her colleague, mouth hanging open. Harry ignored them all. He walked toward the lifts with measured confidence, his robes moving around him like they were caught in a wind nobody else could feel. The crowd parted without being asked. Something about him, the magic, the rings, the sheer undeniable presence, made people step aside instinctively, the way they might for a predator or a king. Both, he supposed. He took the lift down to courtroom 7 alone. The golden grills closed, the lift descended, and Harry used the 30 seconds of solitude to breathe. Not steadying himself, he was steady. Centering himself. Finding that place where the magic was calmest, where his connection to the ley lines was clearest. Today was not about force. It was about truth. About being what he was, so undeniably that no one could argue otherwise. The lift stopped. The grills opened. A corridor stretched before him, stone, torchlit, old. The Wisengamot courtrooms were deep, built into the bedrock of London where the ley lines ran strongest. Harry could feel them beneath his feet, powerful and familiar. Courtroom 7 was at the end of the corridor. 2 aurors stood guard outside, a tall black man with a gold earring and a woman with close-cropped grey hair. They straightened as Harry approached, hands going to wands. "This courtroom is closed for a private session," the man said. Identification. Harrison James Potter. "I'm the reason the session exists." The aurors exchanged a glance. The woman, Auror Dawlish, according to the badge on her robes, checked a list. Found his name. Her eyebrows rose. "You're alone. No guardian. No legal, I'm here to establish that I don't need one." Harry kept his voice pleasant but left no room for argument. "May I enter?" They let him through. Courtroom 7 was smaller than the main Wisengamot chamber, designed for administrative sessions, hearings, verifications. Circular, with tiered seating rising around a central floor. Not the full Wisengamot, but far more people than a standard verification hearing warranted. Harry counted quickly, 40, perhaps 50, in the tiered seats. wearing plum-colored robes with the silver W. Members who'd been called in for Dumbledore's expanded attendance. In the gallery above, more observers. Harry spotted Narcissa immediately, elegant in dark blue, Draco beside her in miniature formal robes. She met his eyes briefly. A tiny nod. I'm here. People are watching. In the front row of the Wisengamot seats, Augusta Longbottom, stern under her vulture hat. Amelia Bones, square-jawed and sharp-eyed. Lucius Malfoy. Harry saw him note Narcissa's presence in the gallery with a micro-frown of surprise. Several others Harry recognized from his dossiers. And in the center of the high bench, above it all, Albus Dumbledore. He looked exactly as Harry had imagined from descriptions, old, thin, enormously tall, with a silver beard that reached his waist and half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. His robes were purple with silver stars. His eyes, bright blue, penetrating, locked onto Harry the moment he entered, and didn't leave. Harry walked to the center of the floor. Stood in the circle of light cast by the overhead torches. Looked up at Dumbledore. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore replied. His voice was warm, grandfatherly, carrying easily in the chamber's acoustics. "Thank you for coming. I must say, it's wonderful to finally see you in person. You look remarkably like your father." "So I'm told." Harry didn't return the warmth. Didn't bristle at it either. Just let it fall flat between them. "Shall we begin?" A murmur ran through the assembled witches and wizards. This was not how an 11-year-old was supposed to act. Not nervous, not awed, not deferential. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled, assessing, calculating behind that twinkle. "Yes, let's proceed." Dumbledore shuffled parchment. "This is a formal verification hearing for the following seat claims: Potter, Peverell, Slytherin cadet line, and," he paused, almost imperceptibly, "Emrys. Mr. Potter, you are the claimant." "I am." "And you are, forgive me, 11 years old." "Since July 31st, yes." "I see." Dumbledore's expression shifted to gentle concern. "Harry, before we begin the formal verification, I want to ensure you understand what's happening here. These are serious claims, particularly the latter two. You are very young, and I want to make certain that no one has pressured you, or misled you, Chief Warlock." Harry's voice cut clean. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just absolute. "I am not here to be patronized. I filed these claims through proper legal channels 18 months ago, invoking the precedent of protected minority to defer verification until today. I am here now to complete that verification. Shall we proceed with the blood test, or would you like to continue implying that I don't know what I'm doing?" Dead silence. 50 wizards and witches stared. In the gallery, Narcissa's lips twitched. Dumbledore regarded Harry over his spectacles. The twinkle was gone, replaced by something colder, sharper. "Calculating." "Of course," he said mildly. "No offense intended. Let the record show that the claimant appears of sound mind and acting of his own volition." A pause. "Madam Bones, would you oversee the verification?" Amelia Bones stood. She was a solid woman, competent and no-nonsense, and she descended to the floor carrying a stone basin similar to the one Harry had used at Gringotts, though newer, less ornate. "Ministry issue. Standard blood verification," she said, producing a silver knife. 7 drops in the basin. The enchantments will trace lineage and confirm or deny the claims. This is the same process used for all seat verifications. Do you consent?" "I do." Harry held out his hand. Bones pricked his finger, professional, quick, and he let 7 drops fall into the basin. The blood moved through the channels exactly as it had at Gringotts, golden light blooming in its wake. The pattern spread, branched, illuminated. But this time, something else happened. The light didn't stay in the basin. It overflowed, spilling up into the air like smoke made of gold, twisting and forming into something visible. 2 family trees, vast and complex, projected in light above the courtroom floor. Branches reaching back through centuries, names appearing in glowing script: Potter, Peveril, Gaunt, Slytherin on one side. Evans, Fairfax, Emrys on the other. All converging to a single point at the bottom. Harrison James Potter. And beneath his name, in letters that burned brighter than the rest, Sovereign. Recognized. Bound. The courtroom erupted. Voices, gasps, the scraping of chairs as people stood for a better look. Lucius Malfoy had gone white. Augusta Longbottom was leaning forward with fierce interest. Dumbledore was very still. "Order," he said. His voice carried, amplified, cutting through the noise. "Order, please." Amelia Bones was staring at the projection, then at Harry, then at the basin. "I've never seen a verification produce, it's the Emrys claim," Harry said calmly. "The standard verification only tests lineage. The Emrys' sovereignty isn't just lineage, it's magical recognition. The magic is testifying. It's unprecedented, it's actually exactly what the charter says should happen." Harry reached into his robe and produced a scroll, a copy of the original Slytherin-Emrys marriage contract, certified by Gringotts. Section 14 of the binding contract: when the joined heir is recognized by magic, the verification shall be absolute and unchallengeable, witnessed by the magic itself. The projection you're seeing is that witness. Bones took the scroll. "Read it." Passed it to the scribe. Turned back to the assembled Wizengamot. "The blood verification confirms all 4 claims," she said. Her voice was steady, professional, but Harry caught the undercurrent of shock. "House of Potter, confirmed. House of Peveril, confirmed. House of Slytherin, cadet line, confirmed. House of Emrys, confirmed with magical recognition of sovereignty." The golden projection still hung in the air. Harry let it stay. Let them all look at it. Let it sink in. "I move to accept the verification and seat the claimant," Bones said. "Seconded," said Augusta Longbottom, immediately and firmly. "Now, one moment," Dumbledore raised a hand. "The verification is clear, and I do not dispute it. However, we must address the question of exercise. Mr. Potter is 11 years old. Under standard Wizengamot law, a minor cannot, Chief Warlock." Harry spoke again, and the courtroom went quiet. Something about his voice, the magic in it, the authority, commanded silence without volume. "I anticipated this objection. I invoke Article 1 of the Hogwarts Charter of Foundation, which states," he recited from memory, "The Lord of the Emrys line shall hold full majority from the moment of magical recognition, being subject to no guardian, regency, or authority save that of magic itself." The Hogwarts Charter predates the Wizengamot by 300 years and was incorporated by reference into the Wizengamot's own founding documents. It has never been amended or repealed. He paused. "Let that land." Furthermore, he continued, "the Slytherin-Emrys Contract of Union, Section 22, states, the sovereign of the joined line shall exercise all rights, privileges, and authorities of their stations from the moment of recognition, with no limitation of age, station, or political condition. This contract is recognized by the Goblin Nation as binding in perpetuity and was registered with the Wizengamot's predecessor body in 982 AD. Another pause. The silence was profound. "I am not asking for a proxy. I am not asking for a guardian. I am exercising my legal right to claim and hold my seats, in my own name, effective immediately. If anyone wishes to challenge this, I invite them to cite the specific legal authority that supersedes the Hogwarts Charter and the Slytherin-Emrys contract." He looked directly at Dumbledore. Held the old man's gaze. Those blue eyes were chips of ice now, no warmth, no twinkle, nothing but the cold intelligence of a man who just had his strategy dismantled in public. The courtroom waited. Dumbledore broke the silence. Does anyone wish to raise a legal challenge? No one spoke. Lucius Malfoy looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. Several other members were furiously consulting with their neighbors. But no one spoke. Very well, Dumbledore said. His voice was perfectly controlled. The claims are verified. The legal basis for immediate exercise has been cited. Unless there are objections within the statutory 3-day review period, Lord Potter will be seated at the next full session of the Wizengamot. One correction, Harry said. The Emrys sovereignty is not a Wizengamot seat in the traditional sense. The sovereign does not sit in the Wizengamot, they preside over it. Above the chief warlock. This time the eruption was louder. Shouts, protests, the bang of Dumbledore's gavel. That claim, Dumbledore said, and for the first time his voice had an edge, requires considerably more legal review. Then review it. Harry smiled. Not a warm smile. I'm not unreasonable, Chief Warlock. I have no desire to disrupt functional governance. Keep your chair, for now. I'll exercise my sovereignty through my other seats until the legal review is complete. But let the record show that the claim has been made. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. Just barely. Noted. Is there anything else? No. I believe we're done. Harry turned, looked up at the assembled Wizengamot. 40-odd witches and wizards, staring at him with expressions ranging from awe to terror to calculating interest. He addressed them all. My name is Harry Potter. Some of you knew my parents. Some of you were responsible for the world that killed them. I'm here now. Get used to it. He turned and walked out of the courtroom. Behind him, the golden projection of his lineage finally faded, leaving the chamber in torchlight that seemed dimmer than before. He made it to the corridor before Narcissa caught up with him. She moved quickly for someone in formal robes and heeled boots, Draco jogging to keep pace. That, she said, slightly breathless, was the most extraordinary thing I've witnessed in 20 years of political life. It went well. Well, she laughed. You just told Albus Dumbledore that you outrank him, in public, with magical verification hanging in the air above your head. Well, doesn't begin to cover it. The Prophet will have this on the front page by evening. Harry frowned. The Prophet. I hadn't, there was a reporter in the gallery. There always is for Wizengamot sessions, even private ones. Rita Skeeter. Horrible woman, but useful. By tomorrow morning, every witch and wizard in Britain will know your name, your claims, and exactly what you said in there. That was faster than Harry had planned. But not necessarily bad. The cat was out of the bag regardless, better to have the story told accurately, or at least dramatically, than to have it leak in whispers and distortions. Let me worry about Skeeter, Narcissa said. I can ensure the story she prints is favorable. Do it. Harry stopped walking. Turned to face her. And thank you. For being there. Self-interest, Mr. Potter. Pure self-interest. I know. That's why I trust it. He looked at Draco, who was staring at him like he'd just watched someone wrestle a dragon. You all right? Draco swallowed. You walked in there and, my father looked like he was going to faint. I've never seen anyone do that to him. Get used to it, Harry said, echoing his own words from the courtroom. Come on. Both of you. I want to be gone before Dumbledore decides to have a private word. They moved toward the lifts. Harry could feel Dumbledore behind him, not physically, but magically. The old man's awareness was pressing against Harry's, probing, testing. Looking for weaknesses, for cracks, for something to exploit. Harry let him look. Let him see exactly what he was pressing against, a wall of sovereign magic, ancient and implacable, with no cracks at all. After a moment, the pressure withdrew. Dumbledore had gotten his answer. 3 days later, the Daily Prophet confirmed what the Wisengamot already knew. Rita Skeeter's article was front page, above the fold, with a headline that screamed, "The Boy Who Lived, and the King Who Returned Harry Potter Claims 4 Ancient Seats, Reveals Himself as Emrys Sovereign." The article was dramatic, breathless, and, thanks to Narcissa's careful guidance, surprisingly accurate. It painted Harry as powerful, mysterious, and absolutely legitimate. The magical verification was described in detail that bordered on reverential. Dumbledore was mentioned only as presiding over the session, which was technically true and subtly diminishing. Harry read it at breakfast. Filed it away. Moved on. The 3-day challenge period passed without objection. No one filed a legal protest. His seats were confirmed. The Wisengamot would meet in full session in September, after Hogwarts started, and Harry would be there, holding 4 votes in a body of approximately 50. 4 votes was significant. 4 votes from houses as ancient and wealthy as his was very significant. Combined with Narcissa's quiet networking among the neutral families, the Greengrasses, the Zabinas, the Devisas, Harry was already building a bloc that could rival both Dumbledore's coalition and the pure-blood faction. But politics was only one front. Harry had other preparations to make. On August 20th, he went to Ollivander's. The wand shop was exactly as cramped and dusty as every description suggested, floor-to-ceiling shelves of narrow boxes, a single spindly chair, a bell that rang as the door opened. Harry didn't need a wand, his wandless magic was stronger than most wizards' wand casting. But he was going to Hogwarts, and Hogwarts expected wands. Better to have one and not need it than to draw more attention by refusing. Ollivander appeared from the shadows like he'd grown there. Pale, silvery eyes, old but not frail. He looked at Harry and went very still. "Ah," the wandmaker said. "Mr. Potter. I wondered when I'd see you." His eyes drifted to Harry's wrist, to the rings. "Or should I say, my Lord Emrys? Forgive an old man his surprise. We don't often see one of your line in need of our humble tools." "I don't need one," Harry said. "But I'd like one anyway. Something that suits me." Ollivander's eyes gleamed. A focus for one who needs no focus. An interesting challenge. He began pulling boxes from shelves, muttering to himself. "Not Holly, too straightforward for you. Not Elder, too hungry. Perhaps." He handed Harry wand after wand. Each one responded, sparks, warmth, wind, but none of them felt right. Clothes, but not quite. Like shoes that fit but weren't comfortable. After the 23rd wand, Ollivander paused. Studied Harry with those unsettling silver eyes. "The wands are responding to you," he said slowly. "All of them. Every core, every wood. They all want to work for you. But none of them are your match, because..." He trailed off. Disappeared into the back of the shop. He returned with a box that looked different from the others, older, darker, without a label. He set it on the counter and opened it reverently. The wand inside was beautiful. Dark wood, nearly black, with a grain that seemed to shift in the light. 12 inches, slightly flexible, with a handle that curved naturally into the palm. "Blackthorn," Ollivander said. "Harvested at midnight on the winter solstice, 200 years ago by my great-grandfather. The core," he hesitated. "The core is thestral hair wrapped around a splinter of heartwood from the original world tree. My ancestor found the heartwood splinter in a goblin ruin and spent 30 years trying to find the right shell for it. He never sold this wand. Couldn't find a match. I've tried it with hundreds of wizards over my career. Nothing." Harry picked it up. The response was instantaneous and overwhelming. Not sparks, a wave of silver-white light that flooded the shop, setting every box on the shelves rattling, making the air thick with magic. The wand sang in his hand, not audibly, but he could feel it, a note of pure resonance that matched the frequency of his own magic perfectly. When the light faded, Ollivander was pressed against the far wall, eyes wide, glasses askew. The boxes had stopped rattling. Dust motes hung motionless in the air, frozen by the aftershock of magic. Well, the wand maker breathed. I suppose my great-grandfather can rest easy now. Harry looked at the wand. It was warm in his hand. Alive. Not a crutch, a companion. An amplifier. Something that took his already considerable power and focused it to a razor's edge. How much? Harry asked. That wand is priceless, Mr. Potter. 200 years, it waited. Take it. Ollivander's smile was strange, almost worshipful. And do me the kindness of being careful with what it can do. I have a feeling, considerable destruction, barely scratches the surface. Harry slid the wand into a forearm holster he'd bought from a goblin craftsman, spring-loaded, invisible under his sleeve. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Thank you, my lord. It's not every day one outfits a king. The remaining days of August passed quickly. Harry bought his Hogwarts supplies, books, which he'd already read, mostly, cauldron, telescope, potion ingredients. He bought extras, too. Advanced texts that weren't on the curriculum. A communication mirror set that he paired with one he gave Narcissa. An enchanted trunk with multiple compartments, expanded internally. He also reached out, carefully, through Narcissa, to two more people. The first was Augusta Longbottom. The formidable witch had responded to Narcissa's overture with suspicion but curiosity. Harry met her at a neutral location, a private room at the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade, and spent 2 hours in conversation that was as much interrogation as introduction. Augusta was everything his research suggested, fierce, principled, and utterly unintimidated by his titles or his power. She grilled him on his intentions, his politics, his understanding of magical law. She asked about his upbringing, he told her the truth, bluntly, her expression went thunderous. She asked about Dumbledore, he was honest about his distrust, she nodded slowly. At the end, she said, my grandson Neville starts Hogwarts this year. He's a good boy, better than people give him credit for. His magic is strong but buried. Confidence, mostly. She fixed Harry with a sharp look. If you're half the leader you seem to be, you'll recognize his worth. I'll look for him, Harry promised. The second outreach was more delicate. Harry wrote to Amelia Bones directly, formal, brief, requesting a meeting to discuss the legal framework for his sovereignty claim. The response was professional and cautious, she'd meet him, but not in private. Her office, during business hours, on the record. Harry respected that. He went to the ministry, visibly this time, no glamours, walking through the atrium in his Potter robes while people stared and whispered. Amelia's office was on the second level, neat and organized, with stacks of case files and a magical window showing grey London sky. She was direct. Lord Potter. You've caused quite a stir. I intend to cause more, Madam Bones. But I'd rather do it within the law than outside it. An admirable sentiment. She leaned back. What do you want? I want to understand the boundaries. My sovereignty claim over the Wizengamot, I know it needs legal review. I'm not going to force it. But I want to know what the review process looks like, who's conducting it, and how long it will take. She studied him. You could just invoke the claim and dare anyone to stop you. Your magic would back it. I could. But legitimacy built on force alone is fragile. I'd rather be recognized because the law supports me than because people are afraid of me. Something shifted in her expression, respect, maybe. The review will be conducted by the Wizengamot's own legal committee. 3 members, appointed by the chief warlock. A pause. Dumbledore will stack it. I know. You have options. You can nominate your own legal representative to observe and challenge. You can submit historical precedent. And you can request that the Goblin Nation provide testimony, given their role in the original contract. All of that. Yes. Harry leaned forward. Madam Bones. I'm not here to overthrow the government. I'm not here to play dictator. But this society is broken, the corruption, the blood prejudice, the stagnation. I have the legal standing and the magical authority to push for change. I intend to use both. But I'd rather have people like you working with the system than have the system working against both of us. Amelia Bones was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, I don't make political alliances, Lord Potter. I enforce the law. That's all I'm asking. Enforce it fairly. That alone will change everything. She nodded. I can do that. A pause. Your parents were good people. James was an arrogant prat at school, but he grew into something admirable. Your mother was brilliant. I think they'd be, she stopped. Cleared her throat. Well. You have my card. If you need the DMLE for anything legitimate, you know where to find me. Harry stood. Shook her hand. Left. September 1st. King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4. Harry arrived early, 8:30, when the platform was still mostly empty. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the morning light, steam already curling from its chimney. A few families milled about, children wrestling trunks, parents fussing. Harry had his trunk shrunk in his pocket. He wore well-fitted Muggle clothes under an open traveling cloak, no point in full robes for a train ride. The rings were visible on his hands. He made no effort to hide them, or the sigil on his wrist, or the quiet authority in his bearing. He boarded the train and found an empty compartment near the back. Settled in. Pulled out a book, Advanced Defensive Theory by Wilbert Slinkard, which was atrocious but useful for understanding what Hogwarts would expect him to know. He'd already surpassed it by miles, but knowing the baseline was important. The platform filled over the next hour. Harry watched through the window, families saying goodbye, children hanging out of windows, the whole cheerful chaos of a school departure. He spotted the Malfoys, Lucius, cold and controlled, hand on Draco's shoulder, Narcissa, warm but restrained, kissing her son's forehead. Draco caught Harry's eye through the window. Harry gave him a slight nod. Draco nodded back, then looked at his father and away. At 10:50, a family of redheads poured onto the platform, loud, numerous, chaotic. A plump woman was loudly directing traffic. Harry counted, 5 children in school robes, with the youngest boy looking nervous and the twin pair looking mischievous. Weasleys, he guessed. Arthur Weasley worked at the Ministry, misuse of Muggle artifacts, underpaid and undervalued. His dossier said the family was firmly in Dumbledore's camp. At 11:02, his compartment door slid open. A round-faced boy stood there, clutching a toad with both hands and looking panicked. Sorry, everywhere else is full, can I come in?" Harry set his book aside. "Sit." The boy collapsed into the opposite seat with visible relief. "Thanks. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom." He looked at Harry. Did a double-take as his eyes reached the scar, barely visible beneath Harry's fringe. You're not, Harry Potter. And you're Augusta Longbottom's grandson." Neville's eyes went wide. "You know my gran. We've met. She speaks highly of you." She does." Neville looked stunned by this. His grip on the toad loosened, it croaked but didn't try to escape. "I mean, really? Really?" Harry studied him. Round-faced, soft, carrying himself like he expected to be mocked. But there was something in his jaw, in the set of his shoulders when he forgot to be afraid. Potential, buried deep. Augusta had been right. "Your parents were Aurors, weren't they? Frank and Alice?" Neville's expression crumbled slightly. "Yeah. They're in St. Mungo's." "They were, tortured by Bellatrix Lestrange. I know. Harry's voice was quiet, but firm. They were heroes, Neville. And they were friends with my parents. That makes us practically family. Neville stared at him. His eyes were suspiciously bright. Nobody at school ever said, nobody at school knew your story. I do. And I think you're going to surprise a lot of people this year. Harry extended his hand. Friends? Neville took it. His grip was stronger than his nervous manner suggested. Friends. The train lurched. Steam billowed past the windows. The Hogwarts Express pulled out of King's Cross and began its journey north. Harry watched the city fall away, replaced by countryside, green and rolling, dotted with farms and villages. Neville settled opposite him, the toad, Trevor, apparently, perched contentedly on his knee. They talked, easy, comfortable. About Hogwarts, about what to expect, about classes and teachers and the sorting. Where do you think you'll be? Neville asked. Honestly? I'm not sure the hat knows what to do with me. Neville laughed. It was a good laugh, surprised, genuine. Like he wasn't used to finding things funny. 20 minutes into the journey, the compartment door opened again. Draco, flanked by two larger boys, Crabbe and Goyle, Harry knew from descriptions. Draco's expression was carefully neutral, but his eyes darted to Neville and back to Harry with a question in them. Potter, Draco said. Formal. Playing the role his father expected, Harry understood. Malfoy. Harry glanced at Crabbe and Goyle. You can drop the entourage. Come in and sit down. Draco hesitated. The mask cracked slightly, uncertainty, then decision. He turned to Crabbe and Goyle. Wait outside. They grunted and left. Draco entered, closed the door, sat beside Neville, who looked like he'd swallowed his toad. Longbottom, Draco said, with a nod that was almost civil. M. Malfoy. Relax, both of you. Harry leaned back. Neville, Draco is an ally. We've met before. Draco, Neville is a friend. You'll be civil to each other. Draco raised an eyebrow. You're already building a coalition. We haven't even gotten to school yet. Why wait? Neville looked between them, confused and a bit alarmed. What's going on? Is this about, Harry, the paper said you were, the Emrys sovereign. Yes. Among other things. Harry said it casually, like it wasn't the most explosive revelation in magical Britain in a century. Short version, I hold 4 Wisengamot seats, I'm the magical sovereign of Britain by an ancient contract, and I'm going to Hogwarts because I want to, not because I have to. Neville's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. My gran said, she said I should stick close to you. I thought she meant because of the boy who lived thing. But it's bigger than that. Quite a bit bigger. Harry smiled. Still want to be friends? Neville straightened. Something flickered in his expression, determination, buried under years of being told he wasn't enough. My parents fought a war for the magical world. If you're trying to make it better, yeah. I'm in. Good man. Draco was watching Neville with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. Surprise, maybe. Like he hadn't expected a Longbottom to be anything other than a target. This is going to be the strangest year Hogwarts has ever seen, Draco muttered. Harry opened his book again, smiling. You have no idea. The Hogwarts Express carried them north through the fading afternoon, through fields and forests and over rivers, toward the ancient school built on Emrys land. Toward the place where everything would truly begin. In his pocket, the Libris Sanguinis hummed warm against his hip. Approving. Ready. The king was coming home. Chapter 3, The Declaration. The sky had gone dark by the time the Hogwarts Express began slowing, and rain streaked the windows in silver threads. Harry felt the school before he saw it, a vast presence in the magical landscape, old and aware, burning like a beacon on the ley lines. It recognized him the same way the land recognized him, the same way Gringotts stone had recognized his blood. A warm pulse of acknowledgement that settled into his bones. "Welcome home," the magic seemed to say. "We've been waiting." "You all right?" Neville asked. "You went all distant." "Fine." Harry stood and gathered his cloak. "Just listening." Draco shot him a look but didn't ask. He'd already learned, in the hours they'd spent together on the train, that Harry sometimes said things that sounded strange and turned out to be precisely literal. The train stopped. Doors banged open. Students flooded onto the dark platform, voices high with excitement and the particular giddiness of being 11 and starting something new. Harry stepped out into the rain and let it touch his face for a moment, cold, clean, real. Furs years. Furs years over here. A massive figure loomed at the end of the platform, holding a lantern that looked like a candle in his enormous hand. Hagrid, Harry knew him from his research. Rubeus Hagrid, groundskeeper, half-giant, expelled from Hogwarts in his 3rd year for a crime he didn't commit. One of the few people who'd known Harry's parents and mourned them openly. Harry made his way toward the voice. Students parted around him, some staring openly, having recognized him from the prophet coverage. Whispers followed, "Potter, that's Harry Potter, the king thing, did you see?" He ignored them. Reached Hagrid and looked up, a long way up. Hagrid looked down. His beetle-black eyes went immediately to Harry's face, to the scar, and his entire expression crumpled into something raw and warm and painfully genuine. "Harry," he said. "Just that. Not Lord Potter. Not the Emrys sovereign. Just Harry," like he was seeing a friend's child for the first time and the grief and joy of it were tangled together. "Hello, Hagrid," Harry said. And meant the warmth in it. "Look at ya. Last time I saw ya, you were just a baby." James's face, Lily's eyes, Hagrid sniffed enormously, produced a tablecloth-sized handkerchief, and blew his nose. "Well. Plenty time fair that. Boats are this way, furs years. Come on, come on." They followed him down a steep, muddy path. Neville slipped twice. Harry caught his arm the second time without thinking, a flicker of magic stabilizing the ground beneath his friend's feet. Neville gave him a grateful look. Draco, picking his way through the mud with fastidious disgust, pretended not to notice. The boats were small, wooden, enchanted to move without oars. Harry climbed into one with Neville, Draco, and a bushy-haired girl who introduced herself as Hermione Granger with breathless enthusiasm and immediately asked if any of them had read Hogwarts, a history. "Cover to cover," Harry said. Her eyes lit up. "Really? Most people don't bother. Did you know the ceiling in the Great Hall is enchanted to look like the sky outside?" "Yes." Harry smiled at her. There was something he liked about her, the hunger for knowledge, the absolute inability to pretend she wasn't the smartest person in whatever room she was in. He recognized it because it was a version of himself. "You're Muggle-born." Her enthusiasm dimmed fractionally. "Guarded now?" "Yes." "Is that a problem?" "My mother was Muggle-born. She was the brightest witch of her generation." Harry held her gaze. "It's never a problem. Not with me." Hermione blinked. Then smiled, wide, genuine, relieved. The boats rounded a bend, and Hogwarts appeared. Harry had felt it. He'd seen photographs in his family's library. But nothing prepared him for the reality of the castle blazing with light against the dark Scottish sky, towers and turrets reaching upward like fingers grasping at stars. It sat on a cliff above a black lake, reflected perfectly in the still water. Ancient. Magnificent. His, in a way that went beyond ownership into something deeper. The castle shivered as the boats approached. Harry felt it, a ripple in the wards, a tremor in the ancient magic. The school responding to his presence. Recognizing its sovereign the way a faithful dog recognizes a returning master. The other students gasped at the view. Harry let himself feel it, the awe, the beauty, the sense of belonging. He'd spent 8 years in a cupboard and 2 years preparing alone. This was the beginning of something new. Something public. Something that couldn't be taken back. He was ready for it. The entrance hall was vast, flagstone floor, torchlit walls, a ceiling so high it disappeared into shadow. Students milled nervously, first years gathered into a clump by a stern witch in emerald robes and a tight bun. Professor McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Transfiguration Teacher. Dumbledore's right hand and a formidable witch in her own right. She'd been Harry's mother's favorite teacher, according to Lily's old school journals that Harry had found in the Potter vault. McGonagall surveyed the first years with the kind of expression that suggested she'd been doing this for decades and still found it moderately exhausting. Her eyes passed over the group and stopped on Harry. A flicker. Recognition, surprise, something complicated. Then professional composure settled back into place. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said crisply. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses. The sorting ceremony is an important tradition. Your house will be your family during your time here. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each has its own." Harry listened with half an ear. He knew all this. Instead, he was reaching out with his magical awareness, feeling the castle around him. The wards were layered, ancient protective enchantments, newer monitoring charms, detection spells. He could feel Dumbledore's magic woven through the upper layers like a web. And beneath that, the foundational wards. Old magic. His magic, in a sense, because they'd been laid on Emrys land with Emrys' permission. The castle knew the difference. It responded to Dumbledore's additions like a horse tolerating a rider. It responded to Harry like a heart responding to blood. McGonagall led them through the doors into the great hall. Harry had read about the enchanted ceiling, the floating candles, the 4 long house tables, the high table where the staff sat. Reading about it and standing in it were different things. The hall was alive with magic, every stone, every beam, every candle flame. It was one of the most heavily enchanted spaces in Britain, and it sang to him like a choir. The older students turned to watch the first years file in. More staring. More whispers. Harry walked at a measured pace, neither hurrying nor dawdling. Neville was beside him, Draco a few steps behind. At the front of the hall, on a stool, sat a battered old hat. The Sorting Hat. A legendary artifact, created by the founders themselves, imbued with fragments of their personalities, capable of reading minds and sorting students according to their traits. Harry had studied it extensively. It was the oldest intact enchantment in the castle, predating even the wards. The hat opened a rip near its brim and began to sing. Harry listened politely. It was a decent song, as songs went, covering the basic traits of each house. When it finished, the hall applauded, and McGonagall stepped forward with a scroll. "When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and place the hat on your head." "Abbott, Hannah." A nervous blonde girl stumbled forward. The hat barely touched her head before shouting, "Hufflepuff," and the table on the right erupted in cheers. Students were sorted one by one. Harry watched, mentally filing, Susan Bones, Hufflepuff, Amelia's niece, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw, Lavender Brown, Gryffindor. Waiting. Granger, Hermione. The bushy-haired girl from the boat practically ran to the stool. The hat sat on her head for nearly 2 minutes, Harry could see her lips moving, arguing with it. Finally, Gryffindor. She went to the table beaming. Longbottom, Neville. Neville went pale. Harry caught his arm briefly. "You'll be fine. Be honest with it." Neville nodded, swallowed, and walked to the stool. The hat dropped over his eyes. 30 seconds. A minute. Then, Gryffindor. Neville's relief was visible from across the hall. He hurried to the Gryffindor table, finding a seat near Hermione. Malfoy, Draco. Draco walked forward with composure. The hat barely grazed his head. Slytherin. Expected. Draco caught Harry's eye as he went to the Slytherin table. A slight tilt of the head. Where will you go? More names. More sortings. The hall grew restless with each one, because everyone was waiting for Potter, Harry. The whispers exploded into outright conversation. Heads craned. People stood from their benches for a better look. At the high table, Dumbledore leaned forward, just slightly, just enough that Harry noticed. Harry walked to the stool. Saturday. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head, and the great hall disappeared. Well, well, well. The voice was in his mind, ancient, amused, a little breathless. The hat's consciousness brushed against his, and Harry let it. He had nothing to hide. Oh my. Oh, this is extraordinary. The Emrys line, alive and recognized. The sovereignty claimed. I haven't felt this since, well. Since the founders were alive and I had people worth talking to. Hello, Harry thought. Hello indeed, Your Majesty. Now, where to put you? This is quite the puzzle. You have courage, enormous courage, the kind that comes from surviving things that should have broken you. Gryffindor would suit. You have intellect, a hunger for knowledge that would make Rowena weep with joy. Ravenclaw calls. You have loyalty, selective, fierce, but real. Hufflepuff wouldn't be wrong. And you have ambition, oh, the ambition. Not for power's sake, but for purpose. Slytherin screams for you. All four, Harry thought. I'm the heir of the man who helped build this school and the descendant of the man whose land it stands on. I don't belong to one house. No, the hat agreed. You don't. But I must put you somewhere. The system requires it. Unless, a pause. Something thoughtful, considering. There is a precedent. Old. Very old. Used once before, in the school's first decade, for a student who was similarly, beyond categorization. What precedent? The founder's exception. A student who embodies all four houses equally may be sorted into none, and into all. They wear no house colors. They sit where they choose. They earn and lose points for the school as a whole, not for any single house. Harry considered it. The political advantages were obvious. He'd be outside faction, above the house rivalries that defined Hogwarts' social dynamics. But it was also a statement. Another declaration. Do it, he thought. You're certain. It will draw attention. I'm already drawing attention. Let's make it count. The hat chuckled in his mind. I like you, Harry Potter. I liked your ancestor too. Very well. The hat's voice boomed into the great hall, louder than it had been for any other student. This one defies sorting. By the founder's exception, invoked for the first time in 987 years, Harry Potter belongs to no house and to all houses. He is Hogwarts itself. The silence that followed was total. Absolute. 400 students and several dozen staff members stared at Harry as he removed the hat and stood from the stool. Then the chaos began. Students erupted, confusion, outrage, excitement, all tangled together. At the Gryffindor table, Neville was grinning. At the Slytherin table, Draco looked simultaneously smug and stunned. At the high table, Dumbledore's expression was carefully blank, which told Harry everything he needed to know about what the old man was feeling. McGonagall looked like she'd swallowed a lemon. The founder's exception, I've never, headmaster, is this, it is valid, Dumbledore said. His voice carried, silencing the hall with its weight. The Sorting Hat's decisions are final and absolute. If the hat has invoked the exception, then so it shall be. His blue eyes found Harry's. Something passed between them, acknowledgement, challenge, the opening move of a longer game. Mr. Potter, you may sit at any house table you choose. For tonight. Thank you, Headmaster. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table. Not because he was a Gryffindor, but because Neville was there, and Hermione, and loyalty meant sitting with your friends when the world was watching. He slid into the seat beside Neville, who clapped him on the shoulder with surprising force. That was brilliant, Neville whispered. Did you know it would do that? I suspected it was possible. You absolute madman. Harry grinned. It felt good, young, real, uncalculated. Just a boy sitting with his friend, sharing in something ridiculous and wonderful. The sorting continued. Ron Weasley, the youngest red-haired boy from the platform, went to Gryffindor and sat across from Harry with wide eyes. Blaise Zabini ended the ceremony in Slytherin. Dumbledore stood for his start-of-term speech. Welcome. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. The hall applauded. Food appeared on the tables, mountains of it, roasts and pies and vegetables and bread. Harry served himself, ate, talked with Neville and the others nearby. Hermione peppered him with questions about the Founder's exception until he suggested she look it up in the library. It's in Chapter 12 of Hogwarts, a history, actually, the unabridged edition. Ron Weasley stared at him like he'd grown a second head but was too intimidated to approach. Through it all, Harry was aware of Dumbledore watching. The old man's gaze was a constant presence, not aggressive, not intrusive, just, there. Observing. Cataloging. Planning. Let him plan. Harry had plans of his own. After the feast, Harry didn't follow the Gryffindors to their tower. He stood in the entrance hall as the houses separated, streams of students flowing toward their respective dormitories, and waited until the crowd thinned. McGonagall found him. She looked tired and faintly exasperated, the expression of someone whose evening had been considerably more complicated than expected. Mr. Potter. We need to discuss your living arrangements, given your unique situation. I assumed so. The Founder's exception hasn't been invoked in living memory. There's no existing protocol for, she stopped herself. Straightened. Follow me. She led him through the castle, corridors and staircases, portraits and suits of armor, everything moving and whispering and alive. Harry followed, feeling the castle respond to each step he took. Doors opened before he reached them. Portraits inclined their heads as he passed. A suit of armor actually saluted. McGonagall noticed. Her lips thinned. They stopped on the fourth floor, before a door that Harry knew hadn't been there moments ago. It was dark wood, carved with the same knotwork as his sigil, and it bore no handle, just a smooth surface with a faint impression where a hand might rest. This appeared an hour ago, McGonagall said tightly. During the feast. The house elves alerted me. The castle has apparently created quarters for you. Harry pressed his hand to the impression. The door swung open. Beyond was not a dormitory. It was a suite, a sitting room with a fire already burning, bookshelves lining the walls, comfortable furniture in deep colors. Through an archway, a bedroom. Through another, a private study. Through a third, Harry blinked, what appeared to be a personal training room, complete with practice dummies. The castle had given him a home. Not a student's quarters. A sovereign's. Well, McGonagall said from the doorway. She didn't enter, couldn't, Harry realized. The room was keyed to him. I see the castle has made its feelings clear. Professor McGonagall. Harry turned to face her. I know this is strange. I know it's not how things are supposed to work. But I'm not here to disrupt the school. I'm here to learn, same as anyone else. I'll attend classes, follow the schedule, do the work. The only difference is where I sleep and which table I sit at." She studied him. The exasperation faded, replaced by something more thoughtful. "Your mother said something similar, once. Not about the sovereignty business, obviously. But about just wanting to learn. She was brilliant, your mother. And stubborn. I've been told." A pause. "Breakfast is at 7. Your class schedule will be on your desk in the morning, I'm told. Apparently the castle handles that now too." She turned sharply on her heel. "Good night, Mr. Potter." "Good night, Professor." The door closed. Harry stood in his new quarters and let out a slow breath. He explored. The bookshelves held texts he hadn't seen before, pulled from somewhere in the castle's depths. The study had a desk already furnished with parchment and ink. The bedroom had a four-poster bed with curtains in deep silver, not house-aligned. The training room hummed with defensive wards. On the mantelpiece in the sitting room, he found a small portrait frame. Inside, two figures moved, a young man with messy black hair and glasses, grinning, his arm around a young woman with dark red hair and startling green eyes. They weren't speaking, just looking out of the frame, looking at him, with expressions of such love that Harry had to look away. His parents. The castle had found a portrait of his parents. He sat in the armchair by the fire and let the warmth soak into him. Tomorrow, classes would begin. Tomorrow, the real work of navigating Hogwarts started. But tonight he was here. In a castle that wanted him. With friends who chose him. With the magic of Britain humming beneath his feet like a heartbeat. He fell asleep in the armchair, and the fire burned all night without diminishing. The first week of classes was an exercise in restraint. Harry attended every lesson on his schedule: transfiguration, charms, potions, herbology, history of magic, defense against the dark arts, astronomy. He sat where he chose, moving between house tables at meals, spending time with Neville at the Gryffindor table, with Draco at the Slytherin table, occasionally at Ravenclaw with Hermione, who'd been furious not to be sorted there until she realized she could still use the library. In class, he answered when called upon. Correctly, always. But he didn't volunteer. Didn't show off. Didn't cast spells at levels that would expose the full extent of his ability. Not because he was hiding, because there was nothing to gain by it. These classes were teaching first-year material. He'd mastered it years ago. Drawing attention to that gap would only create problems. Transfiguration, McGonagall watched him like a hawk. He turned his match into a needle on the first try, because anything less would be deliberately playing dumb. But he didn't turn it into a sword, which he could have done. Charms, tiny Professor Flitwick squeaked when Harry's name was called and then spent the entire lesson glancing at him with barely concealed curiosity. Harry performed the levitation charm silently, wandlessly, without anyone noticing. Then he used his wand for the demonstration, because that was what was expected. Herbology, Professor Sprout was warm, practical, and completely unintimidated by his reputation. Harry liked her immediately. Neville shone in her greenhouse, confident, knowledgeable, his shyness evaporating the moment his hands were in soil. Harry made a point of asking Neville questions, deferring to his expertise publicly. The look of surprised pride on Neville's face was worth every second. History of magic, Professor Binns was a ghost, literally, and his lectures could bore the dead. Harry used the time to study his own material, shielded by a subtle notice-me-not on his desk. Defense against the dark arts, and here, Harry's restraint was truly tested. Professor Quirrell was a nervous wreck. Stuttering, flinching at his own shadow, wearing a ridiculous turban that he claimed was a gift from an African prince. Harry had read about him, competent academic background, sabbatical the previous year that he'd supposedly spent traveling. But the moment Harry walked into that classroom, something was wrong. The magic around Quirrell was twisted. Dark. Not just dark, corrupted, tainted, carrying the distinctive signature of something Harry had learned to recognize from his study of wards and magical forensics. Soul magic. Parasitic soul magic. Something was living inside Quirrell, feeding off him, using him as a vessel. Harry sat in the back of the classroom and felt the wrongness pulse against his awareness like an infected wound. He didn't react. Didn't show anything on his face. But his mind was racing. Voldemort. It had to be. Ragnarok had said his death was incomplete, that the goblins suspected some form of soul magic kept him anchored. And here was Quirrell, carrying something dark and parasitic that reeked of corrupted soul. The Dark Lord was inside the castle. Inside a teacher. Under Dumbledore's nose. Does Dumbledore know? Harry considered it through the entire lesson, a stammered lecture on defensive jinxes that wouldn't have stopped a determined first year. Dumbledore was many things, but unobservant wasn't one of them. The old man had decades of experience with dark magic. He had to sense what Harry sensed, the wrongness, the taint. So either Dumbledore didn't know, unlikely, or he knew and had allowed it, alarming. Why? What could possibly justify letting a Voldemort-possessed teacher into a school full of children? A trap. It had to be. Dumbledore was using Quirrell as bait, for something or someone. The Philosopher's Stone, maybe. Harry had heard rumors that Nicholas Flamel's creation was hidden in the castle. Dumbledore wanted to draw Voldemort out, to catch him in the act. Using children as unknowing participants in his trap. Harry's anger was cold and deep and perfectly controlled. He smiled at Quirrell. Answered a question about the knockback jinx. Left the classroom with the other students. And spent that evening in his quarters, planning. He would deal with Quirrell. With Voldemort. But on his timeline, his terms, his way. Not stumbling into Dumbledore's trap. Not playing the role the old man had scripted for him. The king didn't walk into traps. The king made his own moves. 2 weeks into term, Harry made his first public move within Hogwarts. The issue was Potions class. Specifically, it was Severus Snape. Harry had studied the man extensively. Severus Snape, former Death Eater, Dumbledore's spy, Potions master. Brilliant brewer. Bitter, cruel, petty. He'd loved Harry's mother and hated Harry's father and apparently couldn't separate those feelings from his treatment of their son. The first Potions class had been illuminating. Snape had opened with a series of questions designed to embarrass, questions no first year could reasonably answer, fired at Harry with barely concealed hostility while the Slytherins snickered. Harry had answered them all. Correctly. Completely. With citations. Snape's face had gone through several interesting colors before settling on a mottled puce. He'd spent the rest of the lesson prowling the classroom, deducting points from anyone who wasn't Slytherin for offenses ranging from brewing too loudly to impertinent breathing. The second lesson was worse. Snape deliberately sabotaged Neville's potion, bumping his elbow at a critical moment, then berating him for the resulting mess. Neville had gone red, then white, his hands shaking as he tried to clean up. Harry had watched. Had said nothing in the moment, because confronting a professor in front of 30 students was rarely effective and often counterproductive. Instead, he'd waited. On September 15th, Harry walked into the staff room during the lunch hour. He didn't knock, just walked in, because the door opened for him without resistance and no ward tried to stop him. The castle was cooperating. 3 professors were inside. Snape, hunched over a cup of black coffee. McGonagall, marking essays. Flitwick, reading a journal. All 3 looked up at the intrusion. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said sharply. This is the staff room. Students aren't, I need to speak with Professor Snape. Snape's lip curled. 10 points from, well. From whatever house claims you. For presumption. Points don't apply to me, Harry said mildly. The Founder's exception exempts me from the house point system. I thought you knew. Snape's eyes narrowed. McGonagall set her quill down, watching carefully. Flitwick lowered his journal. I'll make this brief, Harry said. He didn't sit, standing gave him the position of someone delivering a message, not requesting a favor. Professor Snape, your treatment of students in your classroom is unprofessional, cruel, and in several instances constitutes negligent endangerment. Specifically, deliberately sabotaging a student's potion, which could have caused a dangerous reaction. Berating students to the point of tears. Deducting points based on personal grudges rather than academic merit. Snape was on his feet. His hand was near his wand. His face was white with fury. How dare you? I dare because someone needs to, and apparently no one in this school has the spine. Harry's voice didn't rise. Didn't waver. My mother was a friend of yours, Professor. Lily Evans. You knew her. I suspect you cared for her, given the way you react to her son's face. But whatever debt you believe you owe to her memory, you are repaying it by abusing children, including her child. I don't think she'd be proud. The silence was crushing. Snape looked like he'd been struck physically. McGonagall had gone very still. Flitwick's journal was forgotten in his lap. You, Snape's voice was a rasp. You know nothing about, I know everything, Professor. I know about the Death Eaters. I know about the prophecy. I know about your role as a spy and your current position as Dumbledore's creature. Harry held his gaze without flinching. I am not my father. I will not bully you. But I am telling you, plainly, clearly, once, that your behavior in the classroom will change. Or I will make it change. And you will not enjoy the process. Is that a threat? Snape snarled. It's a promise from someone with the authority to keep it. Harry showed his left hand, the Emrys ring catching the light. I hold 4 Wisengamot seats. I am the legitimate sovereign of magical Britain. And this school, he let a fraction of his awareness press against the castle's magic. The fire in the staff room flared. The candles brightened. The very stones seemed to lean in. Stands on my land. With my charter. At my pleasure. Snape had gone from white to grey. His hand dropped from his wand. I don't want you fired, Harry said, softening marginally. You're a brilliant potioneer. The students deserve to learn from that brilliance. But they can't learn from someone who makes them afraid. Fix it. He turned and walked out. Behind him, he heard McGonagall say, very quietly, he's not wrong, Severus. And Snape, in a voice Harry had never heard from him before, cracked, raw, barely audible, I know. The confrontation with Snape rippled through the school within hours. Nobody had witnessed it directly, but the house elves talked, the portraits talked, and by dinner the entire student body knew that Harry Potter had walked into the staff room and told Snape to change or face consequences. The next potions class was different. Not pleasant, Snape was still sharp, still demanding, still intimidating. But the cruelty was gone. He didn't single out Neville. He didn't mock Hermione's eagerness. He taught, brusquely, impatiently, but actually taught. When Neville's potion started going wrong, Snape paused behind him and said, without warmth but without venom, counterclockwise, Longbottom. 7 times, not 8. Neville stared at his retreating back like he'd spoken in tongues. Then he stirred counterclockwise, 7 times, and his potion turned the correct shade of blue. After class, Draco fell into step beside Harry in the corridor. Whatever you said to Snape, Private. Right. Well. Whatever it was, Zabini said he's never seen Snape that quiet. In the common room last night, he didn't deduct a single point from a Hufflepuff. Zabini thinks he's been confounded. He's just been reminded that there are consequences for cruelty. Harry shrugged. Should have happened years ago. Draco studied him sidelong. My father would say you made an enemy. Your father makes enemies by accident and calls it strategy. I made a choice. There's a difference. Draco laughed, short, surprised, and genuine. Fair. October came cold and fast. Harry settled into a rhythm, classes during the day, enduring the pace, finding what value he could, training in his private rooms in the evenings, pushing his magic further, harder, testing the limits that seemed to grow wider every week, and building his network. Neville was growing. The shy, round-faced boy from the train was still there, but something harder was forming underneath, confidence, steel, fed by Harry's consistent respect and encouragement. In herbology, Neville was already operating at third-year level. In other subjects, his improvement was steady and visible. Hermione was a force of nature. She'd attached herself to Harry's orbit with the determination of someone who'd finally found people who valued her mind rather than resenting it. She devoured knowledge voraciously, and Harry fed that hunger, sharing books from his quarters, which the castle stocked for him endlessly, discussing theory, pushing her toward wandless magic with subtle suggestions that she took and ran with. Draco was more complex. He walked a tightrope between Harry's world and his father's, seen publicly as Harry's ally, but careful to frame it to Lucius as strategic positioning. Harry understood the difficulty and didn't push. The break with his father would come eventually, it had to be Draco's choice. And through it all, Harry monitored Quirrell. The possessed professor was making moves. Subtle ones, exploring the third-floor corridor that Dumbledore had declared off-limits. Harry had felt the wards there tremble on 2 occasions, researching in the restricted section under disguise, reaching out to the centaurs in the forest, who rebuffed him. The thing inside Quirrell, Voldemort, or what was left of him, was searching for something. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry confirmed it in late October through the simple expedient of asking the castle. Not in words, the castle didn't speak in words. But when Harry sat in his quarters and reached into the ancient magic of the building, asking what is hidden on the 3rd floor, the answer came as an impression: gold. Immortality. An old man's treasure, hidden behind protections. Hidden as a lure. Dumbledore's trap. The stone was bait, and Quirrell, Voldemort, was the target. The protections on the 3rd floor weren't truly meant to protect the stone. They were meant to slow the thief long enough for Dumbledore to catch them in the act. But the protections were designed for a dark wizard trying to steal. Not for a sovereign who owned the building. Harry could walk through them any time he chose. Could take the stone, remove it, end the game. But that would tip his hand to Dumbledore and alert Voldemort simultaneously. Better to wait. Better to let the situation develop until he could deal with it on his own terms, completely, decisively, without leaving loose ends. So he waited. And planned. And trained. Halloween arrived. The great hall was decorated for the feast, floating pumpkins, live bats, candles that burned orange and black. Harry sat with Neville and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, enjoying the meal, when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall with his turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll," he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know," and he collapsed in a dead faint. The hall erupted into panic. Students screaming, jumping from benches, trying to run in every direction at once. Dumbledore fired a cannon blast from his wand and shouted for silence, for order, for prefects to lead students to dormitories. Harry didn't move. He sat at the table while chaos swirled around him and thought. A troll. In the dungeons. On Halloween, the night his parents died, the night Voldemort first fell. Quirrell had found it. Quirrell, who stuttered and flinched and couldn't look anyone in the eye without trembling. Quirrell, who had just provided the perfect distraction while the entire school evacuated to dormitories, leaving the 3rd floor corridor unguarded. "Harry," Neville was tugging his arm. "Harry, we need to go." "No." Harry stood. "Neville, get Hermione. Go to my quarters, the castle will let you in, I'll make sure of it. Stay there until I come for you." "What are you, dealing with something?" Harry was already moving, pushing against the stream of students heading for the exits. The castle was responding to his will, subtle things, doors closing in Quirrell's path, stairs shifting to slow him down without being obvious. He reached the third-floor corridor in under 2 minutes. The door was closed, locked with a basic charm. Harry passed through it without breaking stride, the lock recognizing his authority, the castle parting for its sovereign. Beyond the door, a 3-headed dog. Massive. Filling the room. 6 eyes fixed on Harry as he entered. It growled, a sound like boulders grinding together. Harry met its gaze. All 6 eyes reached into the magic between them and said, not in words but in intention, I am the master of this place. You stand on my land. Be at peace. The dog whimpered. All 3 heads lowered simultaneously. It lay down, pressing its belly to the floor, enormous tail thumping once against the wall. Harry stepped over it. Dropped through the trapdoor beneath. Devil's snare, he burned through it without slowing, a pulse of wandless fire that incinerated the vines before they could touch him. A room full of flying keys, he summoned the correct one with a flicker of will, the key zooming to his hand like it was eager to obey. A giant chess set, he walked across the board without engaging. The pieces tried to block him, the castle whispered to them, and they parted like curtains. A room with a troll, already unconscious, presumably handled by whoever designed this particular protection. A table of potions and a logic puzzle, Harry read it, identified the correct bottle, drank. Flames parted. And then the final chamber. It was round, stone, lit by torches. In the center stood a mirror, tall, ornate, with an inscription around its frame. The mirror of Emrys, Harry recognized. Shows the viewer their deepest desire. An enchantment of terrible subtlety and power, used here as the final protection for the stone. The stone would be inside the mirror somehow. Only someone who wanted to find it but not use it could retrieve it, that was the kind of paradox Dumbledore would design. Clever. It would stop Voldemort, who wanted to use the stone for immortality. It wouldn't stop Harry, who wanted the stone to keep it away from Voldemort. Harry stood before the mirror. Looked into it. His reflection looked back, but not alone. Behind him, in the mirror's world, stood 2 figures. A man with messy black hair and glasses, his face, an older version of Harry himself. And a woman with dark red hair and green eyes that matched Harry's exactly. His parents. Standing behind him. Smiling. Proud. His mother's reflection moved, reached into the pocket of her robes and produced a small red stone. She held it up, showing him, and then placed it in reflection Harry's pocket. Real weight settled against Harry's hip. He reached into his actual pocket and his fingers closed on something warm and smooth. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry pulled his gaze away from the mirror. Away from his parents' faces. It was harder than anything he'd ever done, harder than leaving the cupboard, harder than facing Ragnarok, harder than standing before the Wizengamot. They were right there. If he just kept looking, but they weren't real. They were a reflection of desire, and Harry had learned years ago that you couldn't live in wanting what you'd lost. You could only build what came next. He put the stone in his pocket and turned away. Quirrell hadn't arrived yet. The castle had slowed him, shifted stairs, locked doors, confused his path. Harry had perhaps 5 minutes before the possessed professor found his way here. But Harry wasn't going to wait for him. That was Dumbledore's plan, let the thief come, catch them in the act. A reactive strategy. Harry was done being reactive. He walked back through the protections. Back through the flames, past the unconscious troll, across the chessboard, the pieces bowed as he passed, through the key room, up through the trapdoor. The 3-headed dog was still lying down, all 3 heads watching him with the devoted expression of a dog that has found its master. Good boy, Harry said, and meant all 3 heads. He emerged onto the 3rd-floor corridor and found Quirrell standing there. The professor had given up pretending. His wand was out, his stutter gone, his face twisted into something hard and desperate. Behind him, the darkness seemed to press closer, the thing inside him, alert, hungry. "Potter," Quirrell said. No stutter. "What a surprise." "Not really," Harry said. "You let the troll in as a distraction." "Obvious." Quirrell's eyes went to Harry's pocket. Narrowed. "You have it." "I do." "Give it to me." Quirrell raised his wand. "I don't want to hurt you, boy. My master, he has use for you. But I will take that stone." Harry looked at him. At the wand pointed at his chest. At the dark presence writhing behind Quirrell's eyes. "Your master," Harry said, "murdered my parents. He's a parasite feeding off your life force. And you're pointing a wand at the Emrys sovereign in his own castle." He smiled. "Put it down." Quirrell's face contorted. Something shifted beneath his skin, a presence pushing forward, demanding control. When he spoke again, his voice was different. Deeper. Cold. Coming from behind, from beneath the turban. "Let me speak to him." Quirrell shuddered. His free hand reached up and began unwrapping the turban. Harry watched without moving. Without fear. The magic of the castle pressed around him like armor, ancient, protective, furious at the intruder. The turban fell away. Quirrell turned. On the back of his head, where there should have been skull and skin, there was a face. Chalk white. Red-eyed. Flat-nosed, like a snake. A face of terrible, alien intelligence, mapped onto another man's flesh like a mask worn backwards. "Voldemort." "Harry Potter," the face said. The voice was thin, barely there, a whisper of a whisper. "We meet again." "You look terrible," Harry said. Those red eyes narrowed. "Insolent child. You have something that belongs to me. Nothing belongs to you. Not this stone. Not this school. Not this world. You forfeited everything when you murdered your way across Britain and then failed to kill a baby." Harry's voice was quiet, but the magic behind it was not. It filled the corridor, pressed against the walls, made the torches flare and the stones tremble. "I know what you are, Tom. A half-blood playing at pure-blood supremacy. A broken soul clinging to existence through dark magic. Pathetic." The face twisted with rage. "Kill him," it shrieked, and Quirrell spun, wand slashing through the air, a jet of green light, the killing curse. Aimed at an 11-year-old. Harry didn't dodge. He raised his left hand, the one bearing the Emrys ring, and the castle moved. A wall of ancient stone erupted from the floor between Harry and the curse. The green light splashed against 1,000 years of enchanted granite and dissipated like water on hot iron. The castle itself had shielded him. Quirrell fired again, not the killing curse this time, but a barrage of dark spells, cutting hexes and bone breakers and things that Harry didn't have names for. Each one hit stone that rose to meet it, the castle rearranging itself around Harry like a living fortress. Harry didn't hide behind the walls. He stepped forward. The stone parted for him. The corridor expanded, widened, gave him room. Quirrell was backing away, firing desperately, Voldemort screaming commands from the back of his head. Harry raised both hands. The ley line beneath the castle surged, he pulled power from it in a torrent, more than he'd ever channeled at once. His wand was in its holster, unnecessary. The magic blazed from his palms silver white, the color of his sigil, the color of sovereignty. He didn't fire a spell. He didn't need to. He reached into the corrupted magic around Quirrell and pulled. The parasitic soul, Voldemort's fragment, clinging to Quirrell like a leech, resisted. It was dug in deep, hooked into Quirrell's magical core, feeding on his life force. It screamed as Harry's power wrapped around it, a sound of rage and pain and ancient hatred. Harry pulled harder. The ley line sang. The castle's magic joined his, 1,000 years of protective enchantment focusing through a single point, through him, through his will, through the sovereign right that said nothing dark lives in my house without my permission. Voldemort's spirit tore free. It came out of Quirrell like smoke from a fire, black, writhing, screaming. A shade, a fragment, a ghost of what had once been the most feared dark wizard in Britain. Quirrell collapsed to the floor, unconscious but alive, his body freed from the parasite that had been killing him. The shade hung in the air. Those red eyes reformed in the darkness, fixing on Harry with absolute, incandescent hatred. "This isn't over," it hissed. "I cannot be killed, I will return, I will." "I know you can't be killed," Harry said. "Not yet. I know about the anchors. The pieces of soul you tore apart and hid. I'll find them. Every last one." And then, he smiled. "Cold. Certain. Then I'll finish what my mother started." The shade screamed, not words, just sound. Rage and fear and something that might have been recognition. Then it fled. Streaking through the wall, through the castle's wards, which burned it as it passed, Harry felt its pain and felt nothing about it, into the night. Gone. For now. Harry stood in the ruined corridor. Stone walls still displaced, torches still flaring. Quirrell crumpled on the floor, breathing shallowly. The philosopher's stone heavy in his pocket. He breathed. In. Out. The ley line settled beneath him, the castle's magic easing back to its resting state. The adrenaline receded. Footsteps. Rapid. Multiple people. Harry turned to see Dumbledore rounding the corner at speed, wand drawn, robes billowing, McGonagall and Snape behind him. The headmaster took in the scene in one sweeping glance, the destroyed corridor, the unconscious Quirrell, and Harry, 11 years old, unmarked, standing in the middle of it all with the calm of someone who just finished a moderately difficult chore. "Harry," Dumbledore started. "Voldemort was possessing Quirrell," Harry said flatly. "Living on the back of his head. Feeding off him. He came for the stone." He produced it from his pocket, held it up. The red gem caught the torchlight. He didn't get it. Dumbledore's eyes went to the stone. To Harry. Back to the stone. Behind his spectacles, something shifted, calculation, reassessment. The plan had gone wrong. His carefully laid trap, his protections, his controlled scenario, all of it bypassed by an 11-year-old who'd solved the problem his own way. "The shade," Dumbledore said. "Voldemort's spirit, where, gone. Fled the castle. Your wards hurt him on the way out, but didn't stop him. He's still out there. Still anchored." Harry met the old man's eyes. "You knew. About Quirrell. About the stone being bait. You knew, and you let him into a school full of children." Dumbledore was silent for a moment. "Then, I had the situation under control." "No," Harry said. "You didn't. He just fired the killing curse at me. In a corridor of your school. Where any student could have been walking. He let that sit. We'll discuss this later. Right now, Quirrell needs the hospital wing, and I need to return this stone to its owner." He walked past Dumbledore. Past McGonagall, white-faced, and Snape, who looked at Harry with an expression so complex it might have needed its own dictionary. Nobody tried to stop him. He went to his quarters first. Neville and Hermione were there, the castle had let them in, as promised. Neville was pacing. Hermione was reading, which was her version of pacing. "Harry." Neville nearly tackled him. "What happened?" "The troll," Dumbledore said it was handled, but you didn't come back, it's dealt with." Harry dropped into his armchair. The fire flared in welcome. "Long story. I'll tell you tomorrow. Everyone's safe." "You look," Hermione was studying him with her particular intensity. You look like you just fought something. Something like that. Harry closed his eyes. The exhaustion was hitting now, not physical, but magical. He'd pulled more from the ley line than ever before. It would replenish, but for now he felt hollow. Stay tonight, if you want. The castle will make up rooms. They did stay. Harry fell asleep in his armchair again, the stone in his pocket, the castle's wards tight around him. Safe. Victorious. And already planning his next move. Because Voldemort had fled. But Harry had meant what he said, he knew about the soul anchors. Horcruxes, the darkest magic imaginable. He'd have to find them. Destroy them. All of them. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight, the king slept in his castle, and the land kept watch around him. Chapter 4, Hogwarts on his terms. The morning after Halloween, Harry woke before dawn. The fire in his sitting room had burned low, and grey pre-light crept through the enchanted windows. Neville was asleep in one of the rooms the castle had conjured. Harry could feel him through the wards, a warm presence, breathing slow and even. Hermione had fallen asleep in the study, face down in a book. Typical. Harry sat up in his armchair, rolled his neck, and pulled the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket. It was smaller than he'd expected when he first found it, about the size of a robin's egg, rough cut, the deep red of arterial blood. But the magic inside it was staggering. Dense, layered, the work of 600 years of a single genius's refinement. Nicholas Flamel had poured his life's work into this stone, and the result was something that bordered on a miracle. Harry turned it over in his fingers. Immortality. Infinite gold. The two things that drove most men mad with wanting. And here they were, sitting in the palm of an 11-year-old's hand. He didn't want either. Gold he had beyond spending. And immortality, well. He was 11. The question of death was abstract and distant, and Harry had learned from his books that those who chased immortality often lost everything that made life worth preserving. The stone needed to go back to Flamel. Directly, bypassing Dumbledore entirely. The headmaster had used it as bait, risked it, and nearly lost it. He didn't get to be the gatekeeper anymore. Harry wrote a letter. Dear Mr. Flamel, my name is Harry Potter. I recovered your Philosopher's Stone from Hogwarts last night after preventing its theft by a shade of Voldemort. The stone is undamaged. I believe Professor Dumbledore stored it here without adequately securing it. The protections were defeated in under 10 minutes by an 11-year-old. I return it to you directly because I do not believe the headmaster's judgment regarding its safety can be trusted. If you wish to discuss this further, or if there is anything I can do to assist in securing the stone permanently, I am at your service. Respectfully, Harry Potter, Lord of Houses Potter, Peverell, Slytherin, and Emrys. He wrapped the stone in a silk cloth, placed it and the letter in a small enchanted box keyed to Flamel's magical signature. The castle's library had provided the reference. Flamel had been a guest here once, centuries ago, and the wards remembered, and called Mipsy. Deliver this to Nicholas Flamel, he said. Personally. Hand to hand. Do not give it to anyone else. Yes, Master Harry. Mipsy took the box with both hands, her enormous eyes solemn. She understood importance. Right away. She vanished with a crack. Harry made tea. The castle obliged, a steaming pot appeared on the side table, along with cups and a plate of toast. He ate, drank, thought. Voldemort was out there. Weakened, disembodied, furious. He would seek a new host, or find another way to restore himself. The Horcruxes kept him anchored, made him effectively unkillable until they were found and destroyed. Harry needed to find them. All of them. He pulled his notebook from his desk and opened it to the pages he'd dedicated to this problem over the past weeks. What he knew: 1. Voldemort had made Horcruxes. Plural. The goblin intelligence suggested at least 3, possibly more. The soul magic Harry had sensed in Quirrell was consistent with a fragmented soul. Voldemort had torn his own soul apart multiple times. 2. The Slytherin ring was 1. Ragnarok had said it was compromised and tainted. A Horcrux would explain both. 3. Harry himself might be 1. This was the thought that had kept him awake on several nights since he'd first sensed the darkness in Quirrell. The scar on his forehead wasn't just a scar, it carried a magical signature. Faint, suppressed by the Emrys magic that had awakened in him, but present. A fragment of something foreign. Something dark. He'd investigated carefully, probing with his own magic, consulting Merlin's journals for anything about soul magic and parasitic connections. The conclusion was, tentative, but likely. A piece of Voldemort's soul had lodged in him on the night his parents died. An accidental Horcrux. But unlike Quirrell, it wasn't feeding off Harry. It wasn't influencing him, wasn't corrupting him. His own magic, the sovereign power of the Emrys line, had contained it. Quarantined it like an immune system containing a virus. It existed inside him, but it was powerless. Trapped. He would need to deal with it eventually. But it wasn't urgent, not while it was contained, and the method of removal would require careful research. Ripping it out might damage him. Better to find the other Horcruxes first, develop the destruction method, and handle his own last. Harry wrote in his notebook, confirmed/suspected Horcruxes, 1. Slytherin's ring. 2. Fragment in scar, contained. 3. Unknown. Research needed. He tapped his pen against the page. Where would Voldemort hide pieces of his soul? The man was obsessed with Hogwarts, with the founders, with magical artifacts. He'd want containers that were worthy, important objects, prestigious, connected to magical history. Slytherin's locket. Hufflepuff's cup. Ravenclaw's diadem. The thought came with a certainty that felt like more than guessing, like the magic itself was pointing him in the right direction. He wrote them down. Added, confirm. Locate. Destroy. And then closed the notebook, because Neville was stirring in the other room and Hermione was making the particular sounds of someone waking up confused about why they'd fallen asleep on a book. Time to be 11 again. At least publicly. The aftermath of Halloween was handled with characteristic Hogwarts efficiency, which is to say, poorly. The official story, as disseminated by Dumbledore at breakfast, Professor Quirrell had been taken ill and would not be returning. The troll had been a prank gone wrong. The students were safe. Everything was fine. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and watched Dumbledore deliver this masterpiece of omission with his usual grandfatherly charm. No mention of Voldemort. No mention of possession. No mention of the fact that a professor had fired an unforgivable at a student. He's not going to tell them, Neville said quietly. He'd heard the full story over breakfast in Harry's quarters, both he and Hermione had. Neither had taken it well. Neville had gone very quiet and then very angry. Hermione had asked 17 follow-up questions and then gone very quiet. No, Harry said. He's not. That's wrong. Parents should know. The Board of Governors, the board will know. Harry kept his voice low. Not from Dumbledore. From me. When the time is right. Neville nodded, jaw tight. He was learning, Harry realized, learning that the world wasn't fair, that authority didn't always protect, that sometimes you had to make your own justice. It was a hard lesson. Harry wished Neville didn't have to learn it at 11. But better to learn it now, with allies, than to learn it alone. The days after Halloween brought a shift in the school's atmosphere. Quirrell's absence was obvious, and the replacement, a series of rotating substitutes, none of them competent, left the defense position conspicuously empty. Whispers circulated. Students had seen the damaged corridor on the 3rd floor before it was repaired. Someone had overheard Madame Pomfrey talking about dark magic residue in the hospital wing. Harry let the whispers grow. Didn't feed them, but didn't suppress them either. Public awareness served his purposes. The more people questioned Dumbledore's version of events, the less unassailable the headmaster became. Meanwhile, Harry received 2 letters that changed the trajectory of his year. The first came 3 days after Halloween, delivered by a phoenix, an actual, literal phoenix, trailing golden sparks across the Great Hall ceiling at breakfast. It landed on Harry's shoulder, presented a leg with a sealed letter, and vanished in a burst of flame. The hall went silent. Every student stared. "Dear Mr. Potter, your letter and package arrived safely. My wife and I are in your debt, a state we have rarely occupied in 6 centuries of life. You are correct that Albus's judgment regarding the stone was catastrophically poor. We entrusted it to him because we believed his protections would be adequate. We were wrong. You were right to return it directly. The stone is now destroyed. We made this decision some time ago. The events at Hogwarts merely accelerated our timeline. Perenelle and I have enough elixir stored for a comfortable remaining span. We are at peace with this. We would very much like to meet you. Not out of obligation, out of genuine interest. A recognized Emrys sovereign is something we never expected to see in our lifetimes, long as they have been. If you are amenable, we extend an invitation to visit us in Devon during your winter holiday. With gratitude and respect, Nicholas Flamel." Harry folded the letter carefully. Nicholas Flamel. 600 years old. The greatest alchemist in history. Inviting Harry to tea. He would absolutely accept. The second letter arrived the same afternoon, by regular owl. It bore the seal of the Wisengamot Administrative Services. Lord Potter, the legal review committee regarding your sovereignty claim over the Wisengamot has been convened. The committee consists of Tiberius Ogden, Chair, Griselda Marchbanks, and Elphias Doge. The committee will accept written submissions and oral testimony beginning November 15th. All parties with standing may submit materials. Additionally, we have received a formal request from the Goblin Nation to provide testimony regarding the Slytherin and Emrys contract of union. This request has been granted. Harry read the committee membership and calculated. Ogden, neutral, fair, genuinely interested in legal precedent. Marchbanks, ancient, formidable, a stickler for historical accuracy. Doge, and here was Dumbledore's hand, Elphias Doge, Dumbledore's oldest friend. One ally on a 3-person panel. It could be worse. Doge would argue against Harry's sovereignty claim, but Ogden and Marchbanks would follow the law and the evidence. If Harry's legal arguments were strong enough, and they were, 2 votes out of 3 would carry. He composed his written submission that evening, 40 pages of historical precedent, charter analysis, and contractual interpretation. It was, if he was being honest, some of the best legal writing he'd ever produced. The Goblin tutors had been excellent teachers of argumentation. But the legal review would take months. The Wisengamot wouldn't rule until spring at the earliest. In the meantime, Harry had 4 seats to exercise: Potter, Peverell, Slytherin Cadet, and Emrys, in its non-sovereign capacity. 4 votes. And the November session was approaching. He needed to attend. Which meant leaving Hogwarts during term. He wrote to McGonagall, formally, properly, citing his legal emancipation and his Wisengamot obligations. Her response was terse: granted. Do not miss your end-of-term examinations. Fair enough. The November Wisengamot session fell on a grey Thursday. Harry left Hogwarts after breakfast, stepping through space directly from the castle's gates to the ministry atrium. He wore his formal robes, the black acromantula silk, the silver clasps, both crests visible. The rings on his hands caught the atrium's chandelier light as he crossed the floor. People moved out of his way. Not consciously, or perhaps very consciously. He'd become something in the 2 months since the verification hearing. Not just the boy who lived. Not just a name in the prophet. Something present, undeniable, the kind of figure that rearranged the air around him simply by existing. The Wisengamot chamber was larger than courtroom 7, a full amphitheater, tiered seats rising in concentric rings around a central floor. Plum-robed members filing in, taking their seats. The gallery above filling with observers and press. Harry took his seats. Plural, 4 of them, arranged together in the third tier, each marked with a small placard bearing the house name. He'd requested them grouped rather than scattered, it had been granted without argument. Sitting in 4 scattered locations would have been absurd. Sitting in one block of 4 sent a message: unified power, concentrated will. He was the youngest person in the chamber by decades. He was also, by the weight of the seats he held, one of the most powerful. Dumbledore called the session to order from the Chief Warlock's chair. His eyes found Harry immediately, a brief nod of acknowledgement, carefully neutral. Harry returned it with equal neutrality. The session's agenda was routine. Budget allocations. Regulatory amendments. A proposal from the Department of Magical Transportation about Floo powder tariffs. Harry listened, learned, voted when required. His votes were carefully considered, he didn't blindly oppose Dumbledore's positions, didn't blindly support anyone else's. He voted on merits. It was, he knew, both principled and strategic, establishing himself as independent, rational, unpredictable. Lucius Malfoy sat 3 rows below him. The elder Malfoy had attended every session since Harry's verification, watching, calculating. They hadn't spoken directly, Narcissa had advised against it, and Harry agreed. Let Lucius come to him. Let the older man make the first move and reveal his strategy. Today, apparently, was the day. During the recess between agenda items, Lucius rose from his seat and climbed the tiers with fluid grace. He was a handsome man, cold, polished, carrying his wealth and status like armor. His silver-topped cane clicked against the stone steps. He stopped beside Harry's block of seats and inclined his head. Lord Potter. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Lord Malfoy. Harry didn't stand. Didn't offer his hand. Kept his posture relaxed, unthreatened. We haven't. Though your wife and son have been gracious enough to make my acquaintance. Something flickered behind Lucius's eyes, surprised that Harry mentioned it openly, and a micro-calculation about what Narcissa had told him versus what she might be doing behind his back. Indeed. Narcissa speaks highly of you. Lucius smiled, smooth, practiced, the smile of a man who'd spent 20 years making dangerous deals. I wanted to express my admiration for your verification hearing. Quite the entrance. Not many people manage to surprise this body. I try. The Slytherin seat in particular interests me. Lucius lowered his voice marginally, leaning in. Not threatening, conspiratorial. Attempting to create intimacy. You know, the Slytherin legacy means a great deal to certain families. Ancient and noble houses who trace their values back to the founder. To see that legacy in the hands of someone young, intelligent, capable, it's encouraging. You mean it's concerning, Harry said pleasantly. Because the Death Eaters built their entire mythology around Slytherin's ideology, and now Slytherin's heir turns out to be a half-blood with a Muggle-born mother. That rather undermines the narrative. Lucius's smile didn't waver, but his eyes went flat. Cold. The real man behind the polish, glimpsed for an instant. I prefer to see it as an opportunity, Lucius said. For bridge building. Between factions that have been opposed for too long. Bridge building. Harry let the words sit between them. Examined Lucius with the same directness he'd used on Narcissa in that tea room months ago. What does that look like, Lord Malfoy? In practical terms. Support. Votes. Influence. I have considerable resources, financial and political, that could benefit a young lord finding his footing in these halls. The smile warmed, became almost paternal. Think of it as mentorship. From someone who understands how this world works. I understand how this world works, Harry said. I understand that you bought your way out of Azkaban after Voldemort's fall. That you claimed the Imperious defense while half the Ministry knew it was a lie. That you currently control approximately 12 votes in this body through debt and blackmail. And that you're here, talking to me, because you've realized I can't be controlled through those methods and you're trying to find another angle. The silence that followed was exquisite. Lucius's mask held, barely. A muscle twitched in his jaw. His knuckles whitened on his cane. You're very direct, he said. I don't have time for games. Harry leaned forward. Here's what I'll tell you, Lord Malfoy. I'm not your enemy. I could be, easily, and you know it. But I'd rather not. Your wife is intelligent, your son has potential, and even you have value if you can adapt to a world that's changing whether you like it or not. And what would adaptation look like? Drop the blood supremacy. Not publicly, I know you can't do that overnight without losing your base. But in practice. In how you vote. In what you teach your son. The world I'm building doesn't have room for that ideology, and the people who cling to it will find themselves increasingly isolated. Lucius studied him for a long moment. The calculation was visible, naked, unashamed. This was a man who made decisions based on power and advantage, nothing else. Morality was a costume he wore when it served him. I'll consider it, Lucius said finally. Do. Harry smiled. And Lord Malfoy? One more thing. The master you served, Voldemort. He's not dead. He attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Hogwarts on Halloween. He failed because I stopped him. But he will try to return, and when he does, he'll come calling for his old servants. Harry held Lucius's gaze. When that day comes, you'll have to choose. Choose well. Lucius said nothing. After a moment, he inclined his head, turned, and descended the tiers without haste. His back was perfectly straight, his stride perfectly measured. But Harry had seen the fear, just a flash, just an instant, when he'd said Voldemort isn't dead. Good. Fear was useful. Not as a weapon, as a motivator. Lucius Malfoy was a survivor above all else. If he believed Harry was the winning side, he'd switch. Not from loyalty. From self-preservation. Harry would take it. Loyalty could come later, or not at all. What mattered was that when the time came, Malfoy's resources were pointed the right direction. The session resumed. Harry voted on 3 more items, abstained on 2, and left when it concluded. Back to Hogwarts. Back to being a student, or something that wore the shape of one. November bled into December. The castle grew cold, the grounds frosted white, the lake skimmed with ice. Harry continued his double life, student by day, sovereign by strategy. Classes remained trivially easy. His real education happened in the evenings, in his quarters, with books and plans and the slow, patient work of building something lasting. Neville was thriving. His confidence had grown visibly since September, he spoke up in classes now, stood straighter, met people's eyes. In herbology he was already working independently on a project that Sprout had designed for 3rd years. In defense, such as it was, with the rotating substitutes, he'd started attending Harry's informal practice sessions, learning combat magic that wasn't in any curriculum. Hermione had attached herself to the group with the particular intensity of someone who'd spent her entire life feeling different and had finally found people who valued that difference. She and Draco argued constantly, politics, history, blood purity, he was changing his views, the process was noisy. But the arguments were productive. They sharpened each other. And Draco himself was, growing. Slowly, painfully, in the way that shedding your parents' ideology always was. He still had the arrogance, the sharp tongue, the instinct for cruelty. But Harry saw him biting it back more often. Saw him treating Neville with something approaching respect. Saw him listening when Hermione lectured, instead of dismissing her. The hardest moment came in late November, when Lucius's owl brought Draco a letter that left the boy white-faced and silent for an entire day. Harry didn't ask. Didn't push. Just made sure Draco knew where to find him if he needed. Draco came to Harry's quarters that night. Stood in the doorway, jaw clenched, a piece of parchment crumpled in his fist. "My father wants me to stop spending time with you. I know. He said you're dangerous. That you're going to destroy everything he's built." "Also true." Draco stared at him. Then laughed, short, brittle, not quite healthy. "You're not supposed to agree with him. I'm not going to lie to you. What your father built is built on blood supremacy and the service of a murderer. Yes, I'm going to destroy it. The question is whether you want to build something better in its place, or go down with the old ship. He's my father. I know." Harry's voice was quiet. Not cruel. Not dismissive. Just honest. "And I know this is hard. I'm not asking you to hate him, Draco. I'm asking you to be better than him. There's a difference." Draco stood in the doorway for a long time. His hand unclenched. The crumpled letter fell to the floor. "I'll think about it," he said. "Take your time." Draco left. Harry picked up the letter, smoothed it out, read it. Lucius's threats were veiled but clear: stop associating with Potter or face consequences at home. The language was cold, controlling, exactly what Harry expected from a man who treated his son as an extension of his ambition rather than an independent person. Harry wrote to Narcissa, "Your husband is pressuring Draco. I won't intervene directly, it needs to be Draco's choice. But if things escalate, tell me." Her response came the next morning: "I'm handling it. Trust me." He did. Narcissa's handling of Lucius was a masterclass in subtle manipulation. Harry tracked the results without needing to see the methods. By the first week of December, the pressure on Draco had eased. Not because Lucius had changed his mind, but because Narcissa had redirected his attention: a new political crisis, a business opportunity, something that demanded his focus elsewhere. She was brilliant. Harry reminded himself to never be on the wrong side of her intelligence. December brought snow and the approaching holiday. Harry had plans: the visit to Flamel, continued research on the Horcruxes, a meeting with Ragnarok to discuss intelligence gathering on Voldemort's past. But first, there was the matter of the Wisengamot's December session. This one was different. The Legal Review Committee had released its preliminary findings on Harry's sovereignty claim, and the full body would hear a summary. Harry dressed for the occasion with particular care: the formal robes, both rings, the sigil deliberately visible on his wrist. The chamber was full. Word had spread, everyone wanted to see what the committee would say. The gallery was packed. Harry spotted Narcissa and Draco. Augusta Longbottom was in her seat, vulture hat and all. Amelia Bones sat with her monocle catching the light. Lucius was present, stone-faced. Tiberius Ogden stood to present the findings. He was an elderly wizard, dignified, with a reputation for meticulous fairness. His voice carried clearly in the hushed chamber. "The committee has examined Lord Potter's sovereignty claim in full. We have reviewed the original Slytherin and Emrys contract of union, certified by Gringotts. We have reviewed the Hogwarts Charter of Foundation. We have heard testimony from the Goblin Nation regarding the historical context and binding nature of the contract. And we have reviewed all relevant precedent." He paused. Adjusted his spectacles. "Our preliminary finding is that Lord Potter's claim has substantial legal merit. The contract of union is valid, binding, and unbroken. The Hogwarts Charter explicitly grants automatic majority and sovereignty to the recognized Emrys heir. The magical verification performed at Lord Potter's hearing in August provides incontrovertible evidence of legitimate recognition." Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Ogden raised a hand for silence. "However, and I must be clear, the committee has not yet reached a final determination. The scope of the sovereignty claim, specifically, the assertion that the sovereign presides above the chief warlock, requires additional research. The relationship between the Emrys' sovereignty and the modern Wisengamot's democratic structure is not clearly defined by the historical documents. We recommend a 6-month extension of the review period to address these remaining questions. During this time, Lord Potter's 4 seats remain active and unrestricted. His claim to sovereignty over the body itself remains pending. Ogden sat. The chamber erupted into conversation, not quite chaos, but certainly not order. Dumbledore called for quiet, his expression unreadable. Harry stood. The chamber fell silent. It happened every time now, his voice carrying that weight of attention that made people instinctively listen. "I accept the committee's preliminary findings and the extension," he said. "I have no interest in rushing this process. I want the ruling to be thorough, legally sound, and unchallengeable. Take the time you need." He paused. "I will note, for the record, that Councillor Doja's dissenting opinion, filed separately, I assume," Ogden coughed. "There is no dissenting opinion at this time." Harry let his eyebrows rise. Interesting. Doge had been expected to argue against Dumbledore's man, carrying Dumbledore's water. That he hadn't meant one of two things: either the evidence was so overwhelming that even Doge couldn't find grounds to dissent, or Dumbledore had changed strategy. Decided not to fight the claim head-on, but to shape its implementation instead. The second was more likely. More dangerous. And more characteristically Dumbledore. "Very well," Harry said. "Thank you, Councillor Ogden." He sat. The session moved on to other business. Harry voted, listened, learned. But his mind was already on the next move: the Flamel meeting, the Horcrux research, the slow and patient dismantling of every structure that kept magical Britain trapped in stagnation and corruption. After the session, Augusta Longbottom intercepted him in the corridor. "Walk with me," she said. Not a request. Harry fell into step beside her. She moved briskly for her age, back straight, vulture hat somehow staying perfectly in place despite her pace. "You're winning," she said bluntly. "It's not about winning. Everything in that chamber is about winning, boy. Don't be naive." She shot him a sharp look. "The committee ruling was as good as you could have hoped. Even without the full sovereignty determination, you've established yourself as legitimate. 4 seats, active, with legal emancipation. You're the most powerful voting bloc in there that isn't a coalition." "I know." "Good. Then you know what comes next." She stopped walking. Turned to face him. "Dumbledore is going to offer you a deal. Some arrangement that acknowledges your authority but limits it, puts guardrails around you. Something that sounds reasonable and fair but actually puts him back in control." "I'm aware. And I'll listen to what he offers. And then I'll make a counteroffer that I actually accept." Harry met her gaze. "I don't want to fight Dumbledore, Lady Longbottom. He's not evil, he's an old man who's held power too long and forgotten how to share it. If he can adapt, I'd rather have him as an ally than an enemy. And if he can't adapt, then I'll go around him. Over him. Through him if I must." Harry shrugged. "But I'd rather not." Augusta studied him for a long moment. Then something rare happened. She smiled. Not the polite social smile of a Wisengamot politician. A real one, warm and fierce. "Your grandmother was my best friend at school," she said. "Doria Poternay Black. She had the same steel in her spine. I see it in you." "Thank you." "Don't thank me. Earn it." She straightened her hat. "I'm moving my voting bloc to align with yours on the education reform proposal next session. Don't make me regret it." "I won't." She swept away. Harry watched her go, then apparat directly back to Hogwarts. He had homework to ignore and a Horcrux to research. The winter holiday came. Students flooded out of the castle, trains and carriages and parents at the gates. Harry saw Neville off with a promise to write, Hermione with a stack of books she'd borrowed from his quarters, and Draco with a careful handshake and a look that said I'm still thinking. Harry stayed at Hogwarts for 2 days, using the empty castle and its unlimited library to continue his Horcrux research. The castle was helpful, pulling books from hidden shelves and locked collections, presenting them on his desk as if anticipating his questions. He confirmed his theory about the Horcruxes. Voldemort had made at least 6, the magical number of power, plus his main soul fragment. 7 pieces total. Harry worked from what he knew and what he could infer, the diary, Tom Riddle's diary, which his research suggested Lucius Malfoy possessed. A Horcrux created during Voldemort's school years. The ring, Slytherin's ring, hidden somewhere connected to Voldemort's family. The locket, Slytherin's locket, last known in the possession of the house elf creature, who served the Black family. The cup, Hufflepuff's cup, location unknown but likely in a Death Eater's vault. The diadem, Ravenclaw's diadem, rumored lost for centuries. But Harry had a suspicion. He'd felt something, a dark presence, small but real, somewhere in the upper floors of the castle. Faint, suppressed by the castle's own magic, but there. The fragment in his scar, accidental, unintended, but real. 6, plus the main soul. 7 total. Find them. Destroy them. End Voldemort permanently. Harry spent an evening with the castle's magic, tracing that faint dark presence. It led him to the 7th floor, a blank stretch of wall opposite a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. He stood before it and felt the space beyond the wall, a hidden room, vast, filled with centuries of accumulated objects. And somewhere inside, something dark. Something wrong. The room of requirement. Harry had read about it, or rather, hadn't quite read about it, because it appeared in no official record. But Merlin's journals mentioned a space at Hogwarts that shifted to meet the user's need. A room that became what you required. Harry walked past the wall 3 times, thinking, I need to find what's hidden here. The dark thing. Show me. A door appeared. He entered. The room beyond was enormous, a cathedral of junk. Mountains of discarded furniture, broken instruments, old textbooks, contraband, centuries of lost and abandoned things piled to a ceiling he couldn't see. It would take hours to search normally. Harry didn't search normally. He closed his eyes, reached into the magic around him, and followed the thread of darkness, the taint he'd learned to recognize from Quirrell, from his own scar. It led him through the maze of objects, turning left, right, climbing over a pile of broken chairs, until, there. On a dusty bust of a wizard, sitting atop a cluttered cabinet. A tiara, delicate, beautiful, set with a sapphire. Ravenclaw's diadem. Even without touching it, Harry could feel the corruption pulsing from it. A piece of Voldemort's soul, trapped in an artifact of one of the founders. He didn't touch it. Not yet. Destroying a Horcrux required specific methods, fiend fire, basilisk venom, or the killing curse. Harry could produce fiend fire, but not safely in a room full of flammable junk. And he wasn't going to use the killing curse, ever. Basilisk venom. There was a basilisk beneath the castle, in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry knew this from his research into Slytherin's legacy. A 1,000-year-old serpent, sleeping in a hidden chamber, waiting for an heir to command it. Harry was that heir. The Slytherin blood in his veins was diluted by centuries, but it was there. The chamber would respond to him. The basilisk would obey. But that was a project for another day. For now, he marked the diadem's location in his memory, left the room, and prepared for his trip to Devon. Nicholas Flamel's cottage was nestled in a Devon valley, small, stone, covered in climbing roses that shouldn't have been blooming in December but were anyway. The wards around it were exquisite, layers upon layers of 6 centuries refinement, subtle and powerful and almost artistic in their construction. They parted for Harry like curtains, recognizing the Emrys ring. Flamel opened the door before Harry knocked. He was old, older than Dumbledore, though he carried it differently. Where Dumbledore cultivated the appearance of a wise grandfather, Flamel simply was old, the way mountains are old. Compact, bright-eyed, with ink-stained fingers and the particular energy of someone whose mind was perpetually engaged with something fascinating. "Harry Potter," he said. "Come in, come in." Perenelles made scones. The cottage interior was warm, cluttered with the organized chaos of a working laboratory. Books everywhere, many in languages Harry didn't recognize. Alchemical equipment on every surface. And magic, dense, rich, the accumulated enchantment of 600 years of continuous habitation. Perenelle Flamel was seated by the fire, a tiny woman with silver hair and eyes as sharp as her husband's. She looked at Harry as he entered and said, without preamble, "You're younger than I expected." "I get that a lot." She laughed. "Sit. Eat a scone. Nicholas will talk your ear off if you don't have food to sustain you." Harry sat. Ate a scone, excellent. Drank tea, also excellent. And talked. For 3 hours, he talked with Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel. About alchemy. About the nature of magic. About the Emrys line and what it meant. Nicholas had known one of Harry's distant ancestors, for centuries back, before the line went underground. She was remarkable, Nicholas said, eyes distant with memory. Elara Emrys, not your direct ancestor, a cousin branch. She came to me because she wanted to understand how alchemy interacted with sovereign magic. We spent 2 years working together. Brilliant woman. But she was afraid of what the sovereignty meant, of the power it carried. She chose to hide. To let the line disappear. She was wrong to hide, Harry said. Perhaps. Or perhaps the world wasn't ready for her. Nicholas looked at him with those bright, ancient eyes. "Is it ready for you?" "It doesn't matter if it's ready. I'm here." Nicholas nodded slowly. "Good. That's the right answer." He set his teacup down and leaned forward. "Now, you didn't just come for scones and history. Ask what you came to ask." Harry didn't hesitate. "Horcruxes. Voldemort has made at least 6. I need to destroy them. Basilisk venom works, I have access to a basilisk. But I'm wondering if there's an alchemical solution. Something more controlled. Something that destroys the soul fragment without damaging the container." Nicholas was quiet for a long moment. Perenelle's hand found her husband's on the armrest of his chair. "Horcruxes," Nicholas said. "I've never made one, never would, but I've studied the theory. Soul magic at its most abhorrent." He stood, moved to a bookshelf, pulled a slim volume. "This, my own notes on soul anchoring and dissolution. You may borrow it. The relevant section is Chapter 7, on targeted spiritual dissolution using an alchemical solvent. It works. In theory. I've never had cause to test it. But the theory is sound." He handed Harry the book. "The solvent requires phoenix tears as a base, they're the only substance that can discriminate between soul fragments within a single vessel. Basilisk venom destroys everything. The solvent destroys only the foreign element." Harry's hand tightened on the book. "A solvent that could target only Voldemort's soul fragment, that could destroy the piece in his scar without destroying him." "Nicholas," Harry said. "This might save my life." The old alchemist's eyes widened fractionally. Then understanding dawned. There's a fragment in you. In my scar. From the night he killed my parents. It's contained, my own magic suppresses it, but it's there." "Then yes," Nicholas said firmly. Chapter 7. Study it carefully. The brewing process takes 3 months and requires a phoenix's willing cooperation. Do you have access to a phoenix? Dumbledore's phoenix. Fawkes. The bird that had delivered Flamel's letter. "I might," Harry said. I'll figure it out. He returned to Hogwarts 2 days before Christmas. The castle was quiet, most students gone, only a handful remaining. Harry spent Christmas Day in his quarters with Mipsy, who brought a feast, his parents' portrait, who smiled and waved and silently mouthed words he couldn't hear, and Flamel's book, which he read cover to cover twice. Gifts arrived by Owl, a carved knife from Ragnarok, for when diplomacy fails, a book on advanced herbology from Neville, a color-coded revision schedule from Hermione, for your OWLs in 4 years, it's never too early, and a set of formal cufflinks from Narcissa bearing the Black family crest. Draco sent a separate package. Inside, a chess set, carved from obsidian and marble, with a note that read simply, "My mother says chess builds strategic thinking. Teach me." Harry smiled. Set the chess board up in his sitting room. It could wait until Draco returned. One more gift arrived, late, on Christmas evening, by an owl Harry didn't recognize. No note. No sender. Just a package containing a cloak, silvery, fluid, almost weightless. Harry unfolded it and felt the magic immediately. Old. Incredibly old. One of the Deathly Hallows, the cloak of invisibility, passed down through the Peveril line. His father's cloak, given to Dumbledore at some point and now returned. A peace offering? A manipulation? Both, probably. Dumbledore giving back what had always been Harry's, framing it as generosity. Harry put the cloak on. Disappeared completely, even from the castle's awareness, which was startling. The Hallows operated on a different level of magic than even sovereign power. Interesting. Useful. He folded it carefully and locked it in his trunk. Another piece on the board. Another tool in his arsenal. The holidays ended. Students returned. The spring term began, and with it, the acceleration of everything Harry had been building. January brought the next Wisengamot session and Harry's first major legislative push. He'd been planning it since September, an education reform proposal that would modernize Hogwarts curriculum, mandate competency testing for professors, and create scholarships for Muggle-born students who lacked the generational wealth of pure-blood families. It was deliberately crafted to be progressive without being radical, changes that any reasonable person would support, that improved the system without threatening anyone's fundamental power. The political genius was in its framing. Harry presented it not as a challenge to tradition, but as a return to it, citing the founders' original educational philosophy, which valued talent over blood. He positioned himself not as a reformer, but as a restorer. Not tearing down the old, rebuilding it as it was meant to be. Augusta Longbottom's block supported it. Amelia Bones spoke in favor from the floor. The neutral families, Greengrass, Zabini, Davis, followed Narcissa's quiet guidance and voted yes. Even 2 of Lucius's traditional allies broke ranks, swayed by the proposal's careful framing. It passed. 31-19. Harry's first legislative victory. Dumbledore voted yes. Of course he did, opposing an education reform that cited the founders' philosophy would have been politically impossible for the headmaster of Hogwarts. But Harry saw the tightness around his eyes. The old man recognized what was happening. Harry was building a legislative record. Establishing himself as effective, competent, productive. Making himself indispensable to the body. By the time the sovereignty ruling came, Harry wouldn't just have a legal claim. He'd have a political one. A track record that said, this person leads well. This person gets things done. This person should be in charge. After the session, Dumbledore caught him. Not physically, the old man simply appeared in Harry's path as he left the chamber. Standing in the corridor, hands clasped before him, looking down over those half-moon spectacles with an expression that was trying very hard to be warm and wasn't quite succeeding. A word, Harry. Of course, headmaster. They walked together, an odd pair, the ancient wizard and the child who wasn't quite a child. Dumbledore led them to an empty meeting room, warded the door, and sat. Harry remained standing. It put Dumbledore at a disadvantage, having to look up, being the one seated, being the one who'd asked for the meeting. Small things. They mattered. "You're doing well," Dumbledore said. "Genuinely well. The education reform was masterfully crafted." "Thank you. But I worry." The blue eyes were earnest, or performing earnestness, which with Dumbledore was often the same thing. "You are 11 years old, Harry. However capable, and you are remarkably capable, you are still a child. The burdens you're taking on, are mine to take." "Are they?" Dumbledore leaned forward. "The Horcruxes. Yes, I know about them. I've been researching Tom's soul anchors for years. I intended to guide you toward them when you were older. Ready. I'm ready now. You're 11. And you were content to let Voldemort possess a teacher in a school full of children while you waited for the right moment." Harry's voice didn't rise. Didn't sharpen. Just stated fact. "You've had years to deal with the Horcruxes, Professor. Years of knowing they existed while doing nothing." "That is not accurate. I have been searching, and have you found any?" Silence. Dumbledore's jaw worked. "I have," Harry said. "One is in Hogwarts. Ravenclaw's diadem, hidden in the Room of Requirement. I know where 2 others are likely located. And I have a method of destruction that doesn't require fiendfire or the killing curse." He let that sit. "I'm not telling you this to compete, Headmaster. I'm telling you because this war, the one that's coming, when Voldemort finds a way back to a body, needs to end. Permanently. And that requires the Horcruxes destroyed." Dumbledore was very still. "You found the diadem?" "Yes." How long have you known about, since December?" Harry moved to the chair opposite Dumbledore and sat, finally. Meeting him at eye level. "Professor. I'm going to be blunt, because I think you deserve honesty even if you won't always return it. I don't trust you. Your track record with my life, leaving me with the Dursleys, never checking, then using the stone as bait with me in the castle, doesn't inspire trust." Dumbledore flinched. Actually flinched. "Harry, but I don't hate you. And I don't want to fight you. You're brilliant, you're powerful, and you genuinely want Voldemort gone. Those things matter. So here's what I'm offering, information sharing. On the Horcruxes. You tell me what you know, I tell you what I know. We work in parallel, not together, not under each other's authority, but toward the same goal. And in exchange, stop trying to control me. Stop trying to maneuver me into a position where you're my guardian or my handler or my wise old mentor pulling strings from behind the curtain. I am what I am. Treat me as an equal or don't engage at all." The silence stretched. Dumbledore's face had gone through several expressions during Harry's speech: pain, calculation, something that might have been shame. Now it settled into something tired. Old, in a way that had nothing to do with years. "I have made mistakes," Dumbledore said quietly. "With you. Significant ones." The cupboard, his voice cracked slightly. He stopped. Gathered himself. "I am sorry. Truly. I placed protections and never verified their necessity. It was negligent. Unforgivable. I've already forgiven it," Harry said. "Anger about the past is useless. I care about what happens now." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he reached into his robes and produced a journal, small, leather-bound, filled with handwritten notes. "Everything I know about Tom's Horcruxes," he said. Held it out. "Including my suspicions, which are, as you've demonstrated, less advanced than your confirmed findings. Take it. In good faith." Harry took the journal. Opened it, scanned the first page. Nodded. "I'll share what I find as well. Through the Hogwarts mail system, the castle will ensure privacy." "Thank you, Harry." Don't thank me yet. Harry stood. We still disagree about the sovereignty claim. And we'll disagree about other things. But on this, on ending Voldemort, we're aligned. He left the room. Walked back toward the Wisengamot's exit with Dumbledore's journal in his pocket and a feeling in his chest that might have been hope. Not that Dumbledore had changed, the old man would still try to influence, to guide, to position himself as necessary. That was his nature. But maybe he could be brought to a place where influence and control weren't the same thing. Where guidance didn't mean ownership. Where Harry's power was a fact Dumbledore accepted rather than a threat he needed to manage. Maybe. Harry stepped back to Hogwarts and went to his quarters. On his desk, the chessboard Draco had given him waited. He sat before it and began arranging the pieces. So many pieces in play. The Horcruxes to find and destroy. The sovereignty claim to see through. The education reforms to implement. The alliances to build and maintain. Voldemort's eventual return to prepare for. His own people to protect and strengthen. A lot for an 11-year-old. But Harry had never really been just 11. He moved a pawn forward. The game continued. Chapter 5, The King's Justice. Spring came to the Scottish Highlands like a held breath finally released. The snow retreated from the grounds in patches, revealing mud and new green underneath. The lake thawed, the squid resurfaced, and the forbidden forest filled with sounds that hadn't been there in the frozen months, birds, creatures, the rustle of things waking. Harry barely noticed. He was underground. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was in a second-floor bathroom, Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, to be precise. A forgotten, disused place that smelled of damp and echoed with the occasional sob of a ghostly girl who died 50 years ago in this very room. Killed by the basilisk Harry was now going to claim. He'd found the entrance in February, following the castle's whispered guidance and the Slytherin blood that thrummed in his veins like a compass needle. A sink that didn't work. A tiny carved snake on the tap. And a password that required a language no one living spoke, except Harry, who discovered his Parseltongue ability at age 9 when a garden snake at Potter Manor had complimented his shoes. "Open," he said, and the sink sank into the floor, revealing a pipe wide enough to slide down. Harry didn't slide. He stepped into the air above the pipe and descended slowly, magic cushioning him, the darkness parting around a soft silver glow from his wrist. The pipe was long, it went deep, far below the castle's foundations, into the bedrock where the ley lines ran strongest. He could feel them thrumming against his awareness, powerful and familiar. The tunnel at the bottom was circular, damp, littered with the small bones of rodents. Harry walked through it without hurrying. Past a shed snake skin, enormous, at least 60 feet long, and through a door carved with intertwined serpents. "Open," he said again. The serpents parted, the door swung wide, and the Chamber of Secrets revealed itself. Vast. Cathedral vast, with pillars carved as serpents rising into shadow, a walkway running between shallow pools of black water. Green light filtered from somewhere, bioluminescent moss, maybe, or the ambient magic of the place made visible. At the far end, a massive stone face stared down, Slytherin's face, bearded, stern, mouth closed. And in the center of the chamber, coiled in a mountain of dark scales, the basilisk slept. Harry had known it would be large. The shed skin had prepared him for the size. But knowing and seeing were different things. The serpent was enormous, easily 80 feet, its body thicker than a man was tall. Dark green scales, each the size of a dinner plate. A head like a boulder, crowned with a crest of crimson. Eyes closed, thankfully. Even the Emrys sovereign didn't want to test himself against the killing gaze of a 1,000-year-old basilisk. Harry stopped 20 feet from the coiled body. Drew himself up. Reached into the magic of the chamber, deep magic, old magic, Slytherin's magic, which recognized his blood, and spoke. "Wake. Your master's heir stands before you." The basilisk stirred. Scales rasped against stone. That enormous head lifted, swaying, rising until it towered above Harry like a living monument. Its eyes remained closed, sleeping habit, or perhaps instinct. It knew its own gaze was lethal. "Speaker," it said. The voice was deep, resonant, filling the chamber like a struck bell. "Young speaker. Small speaker. You carry the old blood. I am Harry Potter. Heir of Slytherin through the cadet line. Heir of Emrys. Sovereign of magical Britain." Harry kept his voice steady, his magic radiating from him in calm waves. Authority, not aggression. Command, not challenge. "What is your name?" The great head swayed. "I am called many things. The serpent of the school. The monster of the chamber. My maker named me Seraphina." "Seraphina." Harry took a step closer. "You have slept a long time. Long and long. The last who spoke to me was, wrong. Broken. He smelled of death and madness. I would not serve him. A rumble that might have been displeasure. He commanded me to kill. I do not kill for the broken." Tom Riddle. 50 years ago. The basilisk had refused him, or at least resisted. "Interesting. I'm not broken," Harry said. "And I'm not here to command you to kill. I need something else. Speak it. Your venom. Given willingly. To destroy a great evil, pieces of a shattered soul, hidden in objects of power. The broken one you remember, he tore himself apart. Those pieces keep him alive. Your venom can end them." Seraphina was silent for a long time. Her head swayed, back and forth, scenting the air. Then she lowered herself, slowly, carefully, bringing her head down to Harry's level. Still eyes closed. Her scales brushed the stone with a sound like a whispered secret. "I smell the evil on you," she said. "In your head. A piece of the broken one. Yes. That too must be destroyed. But carefully. I need a method that targets only the fragment, not me." "Venom given willingly carries intent," Seraphina said. "If I give it with the purpose of destroying only the dark, it will seek only the dark. This is the nature of willing magic, different from taken magic. Different from forced." Harry hadn't known that. It wasn't in any of his books. But it aligned perfectly with Flamel's research on Phoenix tears. Willing gifts carried the giver's intent. That solvent Flamel described works because Phoenix tears given willingly discriminate between soul fragments, Flamel had written. Basilisk venom given willingly might do the same. "Will you give it?" Harry asked. Seraphina's mouth opened, slowly, revealing fangs the length of broadswords, dripping with clear fluid that hissed where it struck stone. She lowered her head further, presenting a fawn. "Take what you need, young king. I give it freely, with the intent to destroy the broken soul and preserve the worthy one." Harry conjured a crystal vial, unbreakable, magically sealed, and held it beneath the fawn. Venom dripped into it, thick and luminous, filling the vial with a substance that glowed faintly green. He sealed it when it was full. "Thank you, Seraphina. Come again, speaker. I have been alone a long time. It would be pleasant to speak with one who is not broken. I will. I promise." Harry left the chamber with the vial of willingly given basilisk venom warm in his pocket and a new ally in the depths beneath his feet. The castle hummed approvingly around him as he ascended. He destroyed the diadem that same night. In the room of requirement, standing before Ravenclaw's tiara on its dusty bust, Harry uncorked the vial and let a single drop fall onto the sapphire. The effect was immediate and violent. The diadem screamed, a sound that wasn't sound, a psychic shriek of rage and pain that reverberated through the room's magic. Black smoke erupted from the tiara, twisting, forming for an instant into a face, Voldemort's face, young, handsome, distorted with agony, before dissolving into nothing. The screaming stopped. The diadem sat on its bust, inert. Still beautiful. Still a priceless artifact. But the corruption was gone, burned away by venom given with willing purpose, leaving only Rowena Ravenclaw's original enchantment intact. Harry sealed the vial. Picked up the diadem carefully. Held it in both hands and felt, nothing dark. Nothing twisted. Just old magic, brilliant magic, the work of a founder. One down. He placed the diadem in his trunk. It belonged in a museum, or back in Ravenclaw's possession if there were any direct heirs. He'd figure that out later. For now, 1 Horcrux destroyed. 5 to go, plus the fragment in his own head. He wrote to Dumbledore that evening, diadem destroyed. Venom method works. Moving to next target. Dumbledore's reply came within the hour, well done. I have located the ring, it's in a shack in Little Hangleton, heavily cursed. I would like to attempt retrieval. Your thoughts? Harry's thoughts were, not alone, old man. Dumbledore was powerful, but he was also reckless in specific ways, arrogant about his own ability to handle dark magic, prone to underestimating traps designed by someone as paranoid as Voldemort. Wait for me, Harry wrote back. Easter holiday. We go together. A pause. Then, agreed. Easter break. Little Hangleton. The village was Muggle, quiet, rural, unremarkable. The gaunt shack sat at the end of an overgrown lane, hidden by trees and decades of neglect. It was barely standing, walls tilting, roof half collapsed, the whole structure radiating such dense dark magic that Harry could feel it from the lane. Dumbledore stood beside him, dressed in Muggle clothes that didn't quite work, a 3-piece suit in purple, which was technically Muggle but practically screaming wizard. His wand was in his hand. His expression was focused, sharp, the genial mask dropped for once. The curses on this property are considerable, Dumbledore said. Tom was thorough. I can feel them. Harry reached out with his awareness, mapping the layers. Compulsion charms, touch me, put me on, wear me. A blood curse on the ring itself, designed to kill anyone who slipped it on their finger. Wards that would attack intruders with escalating lethality. The compulsion is the most dangerous part. It's designed to override judgment, to make you want to touch the ring. To wear it. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. I confess, I am particularly vulnerable to that specific temptation. The ring contains the resurrection stone. Harry looked at him sharply. The Hallow. The second of the 3. You have the cloak. The ring contains the stone. Dumbledore's eyes were distant, pained. The temptation to speak with the dead, with those I have lost, it would be considerable. Harry understood. The mirror of Emrys all over again, the deepest desire, used as a weapon. For Dumbledore, a man who carried a century of guilt and grief, the pull would be devastating. Then you don't go near it, Harry said. I'll handle the ring. You watch the perimeter. Harry, I'm not asking, Professor. Harry met his eyes. You just told me you're compromised. That makes you a liability inside those wards. Stay out here. If something goes wrong, you're my backup. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Something moved in his expression, struggle, pride swallowed, the difficulty of accepting that an 11-year-old was right and he was wrong. Then he nodded. Be careful. Always. Harry walked up the lane alone. The dark magic thickened around him with every step, pressing, probing, looking for weaknesses. The compulsion hit first, the ring, put it on, you want to put it on, you need it will give you everything. Harry acknowledged the compulsion, examined it, and dismissed it. His mind was his own. His magic was his own. No dead soul fragments' cheap tricks would override either. He'd been trained by goblins to resist mental influence since he was 9. This was, unpleasant, but manageable. The shack's door fell apart when he pushed it. Inside, squalor, decay, the accumulated filth of decades. On a table in the center of the single room, beneath a floorboard he pulled up with a gesture, sat a golden box. Inside the box, the ring. It was ugly, as rings went. A plain gold band with a cracked black stone set clumsily into it. The peveril coat of arms was carved into the stone, a triangle, a circle, a line. The Deathly Hallows symbol. Beneath the surface, the Horcrux pulsed darkly. And deeper still, something else, the Resurrection Stone, ancient and strange, operating on a level of magic that even Harry's sovereignty couldn't quite categorize. The blood curse wrapped around the ring like a viper, ready to strike the moment anyone touched it. Harry studied it for 3 minutes, mapping its structure. Goblin-taught ward-breaking had its uses. He found the curse's anchoring point, the keystone that held the whole lethal structure together. A single thread of magic, buried in the gold of the band. He severed it. A flick of will, precise as a scalpel. The curse unraveled, silently, completely, dissolving like fog in sunlight. The ring sat in its box, defanged. Harry picked it up. The compulsion surged. Wear me, speak to them, your parents are waiting, just put me on. No, he said aloud. Not to the ring. To himself. To the temptation. His parents were dead. He loved them. He would not diminish that love by dragging their shades back for his own comfort. He uncorked the vial of basilisk venom. Let a single drop fall onto the cracked black stone. The scream was louder this time. The Horcrux in the ring was older, more deeply embedded, more powerful than the diadem's fragment. The black smoke erupted thick and choking, forming that terrible face again, older now, less handsome, the features beginning to distort toward the snake-like visage Harry had seen on the back of Quirrell's head. It howled at him, wordless rage, and then dissolved. The ring sat in his palm. The crack in the stone, which Harry realized had been caused by the Horcrux's presence, not any physical damage, seemed less severe now. The stone itself pulsed with a quiet, patient magic that had nothing to do with Voldemort. The Resurrection Stone. His if he wanted it. He could turn it in his hands 3 times and see his parents, not a reflection of desire, but actual shades, pulled from whatever lay beyond death. Harry put the ring in his pocket without turning the stone. He walked out of the shack. Dumbledore was where he'd left him, wand raised, eyes intense. Done, Harry said. Horcrux destroyed. Ring intact. The Resurrection Stone is safe. Dumbledore's gaze fixed on Harry's pocket. On the ring-shaped bulge there. And Harry saw it, the hunger. The desperate, bone-deep need to speak to the dead. To apologize to Ariana. To ask forgiveness from the sister his ambition had killed. Don't, Harry said quietly. Dumbledore's eyes snapped to his. Caught. Ashamed. The stone shows shades, Harry said. Not the real person. A reflection pulled from beyond. It wouldn't give you what you need, Professor. Forgiveness doesn't come from the dead. It comes from the living. From yourself. Dumbledore said nothing for a long moment. Then he removed his glasses, wiped his eyes, and replaced them. You are, occasionally, infuriatingly wise for your age. I had a good library. That startled a laugh from Dumbledore, genuine, surprised, cracking through the grief like sunlight through cloud. Indeed. He looked at Harry. Really looked, as if seeing him for the first time without the overlay of plans and expectations. What will you do with the stone? Keep it safe. Not use it. Not destroy it, it's a hallow, not a Horcrux. There's no evil in it, only danger in its application. Dumbledore nodded slowly. 2 hallows. The cloak and the stone. The Elder Wand is yours, Harry said. I know. I've known since December. Another long silence. Then Dumbledore did something that surprised Harry. He held out his wand. The Elder Wand. Offering it. It should belong to you, Dumbledore said. The Master of Death, the one who unites all three, I don't want it. Harry shook his head. Keep it. Use it well. The Master of Death title is a fairy tale, Professor. And I have enough titles already. Dumbledore's hand trembled slightly. He withdrew the wand, tucked it back into his sleeve. You continue to surprise me, Harry Potter. Good. Keeps you honest. They operate back, separately, to different locations. Dumbledore to Hogwarts. Harry to Potter Manor, where he locked the ring in the deepest vault, warded with everything he had. 2 Horcruxes down. 4 to go. The diary was next. And the diary was in Lucius Malfoy's possession. Harry knew this from multiple sources. Dobby, the Malfoy house elf who had appeared at Potter Manor in January, half mad with distress, babbling about his master's dark artifacts. Ragnarok's intelligence network, which tracked the movement of dark objects through pure-blood collections. And Narcissa herself, who'd confirmed it in a coded letter. The item you asked about is in his study. Bottom drawer. He doesn't know I know. Getting it required finesse. Harry couldn't simply demand it, that would expose Narcissa's role and alert Lucius to the broader Horcrux hunt. He couldn't steal it. Breaking into Malfoy Manor would be an act of war against a sitting Wizengamot member. But he could create a situation where Lucius gave it up voluntarily. The April Wizengamot session included a bill Harry had quietly drafted, a mandatory registration of all Class 5 dark artifacts, with amnesty for those who surrendered them voluntarily and severe penalties for those caught concealing them. It was framed as a public safety measure, endorsed by Amelia Bones and the DMLE, and supported by Harry's growing coalition. Lucius saw the trap the moment the bill was proposed. His face went carefully blank during the debate, but Harry caught him calculating. The diary was a Class 5 artifact at minimum. If the bill passed and the diary was found during an audit, the bill passed. 28 to 22. 3 days later, Lucius Malfoy surrendered a collection of dark artifacts to the DMLE's amnesty program. 27 items in total. Among them, a black leather diary, bearing the name T.M. Riddle on the first page. Amelia Bones, following a quiet suggestion from Harry delivered through properly anonymous channels, passed the diary to Gringotts for routine dark magic assessment. The goblins confirmed the Horcrux. Harry destroyed it with basilisk venom in a private room at the bank, Ragnarok watching with grim satisfaction as the diary bled black ink and screamed. 3 down. 3 to go. Lucius never knew what he'd given up. Never knew that the diary his master had entrusted to him for safekeeping, intended to be used as a weapon someday, was now ash and empty leather. He congratulated himself on avoiding legal trouble and went back to his political maneuvering. Narcissa's next letter read simply, "Well played." The locket required a different approach entirely. It was in the possession of Creature, a house elf belonging to the Black family, currently residing at 12 Grimmauld Place, the ancestral Black home. Creature had been given the locket by Regulus Black, Sirius's younger brother, who died trying to destroy it years ago. Harry knew about Sirius Black, his godfather, imprisoned in Azkaban for a crime he hadn't committed. Another of Dumbledore's failures, another life sacrificed to convenience and assumption. Harry intended to deal with Sirius's wrongful imprisonment, but it required the right moment. The political capital. The proof. For now, he needed the locket. And for the locket, he needed access to Grimmauld Place. The Black family magic was complicated. Sirius was technically the head of House Black, but he'd never claimed it, couldn't, from prison. That left the magic in limbo, the house sealed, Creature alone inside with nothing but bitterness and a dead master's final command. Harry's connection to the Black family came through the Potters. His grandmother Doria had been a Black before marriage. It was thin. Possibly too thin to claim headship. But it might be enough to be invited. He asked Narcissa. Can you get me into Grimmauld Place? I can get you to the door, she said. They were meeting at the Hog's Head, their third face-to-face since September, each one building the relationship from transactional into something more genuine. The house will admit anyone with black blood if they come in peace. But Creature needs closure. His master, Regulus, gave him the locket and told him to destroy it. He couldn't. He's been carrying that failure for 12 years. If I go in and tell him I can finish what Regulus started, he might cooperate. Narcissa's expression was thoughtful. He's half mad. Lonely. Bitter. But underneath all that, he loved Regulus. Truly. Then I'll speak to that love. Grimmauld Place was a nightmare of a house. Dark, dusty, decorated in the worst excesses of pureblood supremacist taste, mounted house elf heads on the walls, dark artifacts in glass cases, a portrait of Walburga Black in the entrance hall that screamed obscenities the moment Harry crossed the threshold. Blood traitor. Filth. Half-breed scum in the house of my fathers. Harry looked at the portrait for exactly 2 seconds, then reached into the house's magic, black family magic, old and cruel, but still magic, still answerable to power, and silenced it. Not destroyed. Not removed. Simply muted. Walburga's mouth continued moving, but no sound emerged. Her painted eyes bulged with impotent fury. Better, Harry said. A crack. Creature appeared at the bottom of the stairs, ancient, hunched, wearing a filthy rag that might once have been a pillowcase. His eyes were rheumy, his expression hostile. He looked at Harry with pure contempt. Nasty half-blood comes into the mistress's house. Creature does not want him here. Creature will, Creature. Harry spoke quietly, but with authority. Not command, recognition. Regulus sent you to destroy the locket. You couldn't. I know this. I know it's tortured you for 12 years. Creature went still. His mouth hung open, the stream of invective dying mid-word. Something changed in his eyes, the hostility cracking, showing something raw and wounded underneath. How does the half-blood know about Master Regulus's? Because I'm here to finish it. Harry knelt. Brought himself to Creature's eye level. The elf flinched but didn't retreat. I can destroy the locket, Creature. I have the means. Basilisk venom, willingly given, that seeks dark magic and burns it away. Give me the locket, and I'll complete Regulus's final wish. Creature stared at him. His ancient body was trembling, hands shaking, breath coming in short gasps. Master Regulus told Creature to destroy it. Creature tried. Creature tried. Nothing worked. Nothing, his voice cracked. Creature failed Master Regulus. You didn't fail him, Harry said. You survived. You kept the locket safe until someone came who could finish the job. That's not failure, that's loyalty. Regulus would be proud of you. A sound came from Creature that Harry had never heard from a house elf before, a wail of grief so deep and raw that it seemed to come from somewhere beyond the physical. The elf crumpled, hands covering his face, body shaking with sobs that had been held back for over a decade. Harry waited. Didn't touch him, didn't know if that would help or harm. Just knelt there, present, patient. Finally, Creature straightened. Wiped his face with his rag. And disappeared with a crack, reappearing moments later with a heavy golden locket in his hands. Creature gives it, the elf said. His voice was raw but steady. For Master Regulus. Finish it. Harry took the locket. Felt the Horcrux immediately, that familiar dark pulse, stronger than the diadem or the ring. Slytherin's locket, containing a piece of the darkest wizard in modern history. It whispered to him, tried to worm into his thoughts, put me on, wear me, I can give you power, I can show you. Harry set it on the floor. Uncorked the vial. Let a drop fall. The locket exploded open. The scream this time was the worst yet, agonized, furious, desperate. The black smoke poured out in a torrent, forming shapes, his parents' faces, twisted and accusing, Neville's face, disappointed, his own face, sneering in contempt. Projections. Lies. The Horcrux's last defense, trying to break his will with visions of his deepest fears. Harry watched them dissolve. Felt nothing but certainty. The smoke dissipated. The locket lay on the floor, open, empty of everything dark. Just a golden artifact, beautifully crafted, bearing Slytherin's mark. Creature stared at the locket. Stared at Harry. Then he fell to his knees and pressed his forehead to the floor. Creature serves, the elf whispered. Creature serves the one who finished Master Regulus's work. You don't have to serve anyone, creature. Your creature wants to serve. The elf raised his head. His eyes were clear, clearer than they'd been since Harry entered. The madness, the bitterness, the 12 years of failed grief, gone. Burned away by the locket's destruction as surely as the Horcrux had been burned by venom. Let creature serve. Please. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Then nodded. All right. But we're going to have some ground rules about cleanliness and not calling anyone filthy half-bloods. Creature will try, the elf said. Which was, Harry supposed, the best he could hope for. 4 down. 2 to go. The cup, and himself. May. The school year was winding down. Exams approached, meaningless for Harry academically, but he took them anyway because he promised McGonagall and because there was value in demonstrating competence through normal channels. The cup was the hardest target. Harry's research, combined with Dumbledore's journal, placed Hufflepuff's cup in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. A vault deep in the bowels of the bank, protected by curses and a dragon and the full security apparatus of goblin kind. But Harry had an advantage no one else possessed, he was the goblins' ally. Their sovereign by compact. And Ragnarok had said it himself, we have a vested interest in the legitimate holder of the Emrys' sovereignty. Harry went to Ragnarok directly. Sat across the director's desk and said, there's a Horcrux in the Lestrange vault. Hufflepuff's cup. I need it. Ragnarok's expression was complicated. You understand what you're asking. Vault security is sacrosanct. It is the foundation of goblin banking. If we breach a client's vault, the Lestrange vault holds a piece of a Dark Lord's soul, Harry said. A Dark Lord who is an enemy of the crown and therefore, by ancient compact, an enemy of the goblin nation. The object's presence in your bank isn't a security matter, it's a threat. Ragnarok's fingers steepled. His dark eyes were unreadable. Furthermore, Harry continued, Bellatrix Lestrange is in Azkaban. Convicted. Her vault rights are legally suspended during her imprisonment, the Gringotts Charter of Client Rights, Section 9. The bank has legal authority to audit and remove dangerous objects from suspended accounts. You've done your research. I always do. Ragnarok was quiet for a long time. Then he opened a drawer and produced a key, small, iron, old. The Lestrange vault has been flagged by our cursebreakers for years, he said. The dark magic emanating from it, they couldn't identify the source without opening the vault, and they lacked legal justification. He pushed the key across the desk. You've just provided it. Thank you, Ragnarok. Don't thank me. Remove the abomination from my bank. Its presence offends me. The Lestrange vault was deep. Miles below London, accessible only by the wild carts that plunged through the earth at breakneck speed. Harry rode with 2 goblin cursebreakers, Griphook the younger, no relation to his combat instructor, apparently it was a common name, and a female goblin named Bogrod who carried enough tools to open a small army's worth of locks. The vault door was massive, black iron, covered in warnings in gobbledygook. The dragon that guarded this level was chained further down the tunnel. Harry could hear it breathing, feel its pain. Chained underground for decades, tortured into submission. He added free that dragon to his mental list and focused on the task at hand. The key turned. The door opened. Inside, mountains of gold, yes, but also artifacts. Dark artifacts, cursed objects, things that radiated malice from their shelves. And among them, small, golden, bearing 2 handles and a badger engraved on its side, Hufflepuff's cup. Harry reached for it. His hand stopped an inch away. The cup was cursed, a Gemino curse, he realized, that would multiply any object touched, burying the intruder under an avalanche of white-hot duplicates. Flagranti 2, every copy would burn. I see it, Bogrod said from behind him. Gemino and Flagranti. Nasty combination. Give me 30 seconds. Harry stepped back. Bogrod worked, quick, precise, goblin magic dismantling the curses with surgical efficiency. 30 seconds later, she nodded. Harry picked up the cup. Felt the Horcrux. Uncorked his vial. 1 drop. The scream. The black smoke, thinner now, weaker. Voldemort's soul was stretched so thin across these fragments that each successive destruction seemed to diminish the resistance. The smoke formed nothing recognizable before dissolving. The cup sat in his palm, clean. 5 down. 1 to go. Himself. He waited until June. Until after exams. Until after the Legal Review Committee issued its final ruling, unanimous, 3-0, in favor of Harry's sovereignty claim over the Wizengamot. Even Doge had voted yes in the end, the evidence too overwhelming to deny even for Dumbledore's oldest friend. The ruling meant Harry was, legally and magically and in every way that mattered, the sovereign of magical Britain. Not just in title. In fact. The Wizengamot acknowledged it. The Ministry acknowledged it. The Goblin Nation acknowledged it. Magic itself had acknowledged it 3 years ago in a Surrey library. But Harry couldn't fully claim that sovereignty, couldn't fully be what he was, with a piece of Voldemort's soul sitting in his head. It was contained, yes. Powerless, yes. But it was there. A corruption. A contamination. The last anchor keeping Voldemort's spirit tethered to the world. It had to go. The alchemical solvent took 3 months to brew. Harry had started it in March, working from Flamel's notes with modifications suggested by Nicholas himself during their ongoing correspondence. Phoenix tears as a base. Powdered moonstone. Unicorn blood, willingly donated. Harry had spent an afternoon in the Forbidden Forest, and the unicorns had come to him without fear, pressing their soft muzzles against his hands. And basilisk venom, the last of Seraphina's willing gift. The solvent was silver, bright, pure, almost alive in its crystal vial. It shimmered with purpose. Flamel had written, apply to the scar directly. The solvent will seek the foreign soul fragment and dissolve it. The process will be painful, possibly extremely painful. But it will not harm the subject's own soul or magic. Possibly extremely painful. Harry read that line and felt, nothing. He'd lived in a cupboard for 7 years. He'd been starved, beaten, locked in the dark with spiders. Pain was an old companion. He wasn't afraid of it. He chose the last night of term. After the feast, after the students had celebrated, after Dumbledore had given his closing remarks, including a careful, public acknowledgement of Harry's new sovereignty that was gracious on the surface and razor-thin underneath. Harry returned to his quarters, locked the door, and sat before his fire. He'd told Neville. Not the details, just, I need to do something tonight. Something difficult. If I'm not at breakfast tomorrow, come find me. Neville had looked at him with those steady eyes that weren't shy anymore, weren't uncertain. Do you need me there? No. But I need you to be ready. Just in case. I will be. Harry held the vial of silver solvent. Looked at his reflection in the crystal, his own face, scar visible, eyes clear and green. His mother's eyes. He'd never known her. Would never know her, not truly, not in the way a child should know a parent. But he carried her with him, in his blood, in his magic, in the choices he made every day. She died to protect him. The least he could do was live without a piece of her murderer rotting in his skull. He uncorked the vial. Dipped his finger in the silver liquid, cool, tingling, vibrating with intent. Raised his hand to his forehead. Pressed his wet finger against the scar. The pain was indescribable. Not physical pain, or not only physical. It was spiritual, soul-deep, a tearing sensation that made Harry's vision white out, made his body convulse, made a sound come from his throat that he didn't recognize as human. It was the pain of separation, of something that had been embedded for a decade being ripped out root by root. The fragment fought. Of course it fought, it didn't want to die. It thrashed inside his scar, pulsing black against the silver that invaded it, screaming in a voice only Harry could hear, "You need me, I'm part of you, without me you're nothing, you'll die, you'll, lies." Harry bore down. Not with magic, with will. Pure, absolute, unbreakable will. He was Harry Potter. He was the Emrys sovereign. He was the son of James and Lily. And he was not a piece of Tom Riddle's shattered soul. He had never been. He would never be. The silver solvent burned deeper. The fragment screamed louder. Harry's body arched, fists clenched, teeth gritted so hard he tasted blood. The fire in the grate exploded outward, spraying sparks across the room. The windows shattered. The very stones of the castle shook, students in their dormitories sat upright in bed, wondering if it was an earthquake. And then, silence. Sudden. Complete. The fragment dissolved, one moment fighting, the next simply gone. Burned away by phoenix tears and unicorn blood and basilisk venom and moonstone and 3 months of patient alchemy. Destroyed utterly, the last shred of Voldemort's soul anchor severed and dissolved. Harry collapsed back in his chair. The pain receded, not slowly, but all at once, like a wave pulling back from shore. His scar burned, throbbed, and then, for the first time in his life, felt like nothing. Just skin. Just a mark. Empty of everything dark. He raised a shaking hand to his forehead. Touched the scar. Felt nothing but his own magic, bright, clean, whole in a way he hadn't known he was missing until this moment. Something else happened, too. With the fragment gone, the last barrier between Harry and his full power dissolved. The Emrys' magic surged, not violently, not dangerously, but completely. Like a river that had been running through a partially blocked channel suddenly finding the channel clear. Everything became more, sharper, stronger, deeper. His awareness of the ley lines expanded. His connection to the castle strengthened. The magic of Britain pressed against him from all sides, joyful, relieved, as if it too had felt the corruption and was glad to find it gone. Harry sat in his chair and breathed. In. Out. Whole. 6 Horcruxes destroyed. Voldemort's soul, whatever remained of it, that weakened shade fleeing through the world, was now mortal. Vulnerable. When he found a body again, and he would, Harry knew, because evil was nothing if not persistent, he would find himself facing a world that no longer held his safety nets. No anchors. No insurance. Just a broken spirit against the full power of a magical sovereign who had been preparing for this fight since he was 8 years old. Harry opened his eyes. The room was a mess, shattered windows, scattered sparks, books knocked from shelves by the shockwave. He waved a hand. Everything repaired, glass reforming, books reshelving, sparks dying. Easy. Effortless. The magic responding to his will without resistance, without effort. He stood. Walked to the window. Looked out over the Hogwarts grounds in the soft June twilight. The lake was still. The forest was dark. The mountains beyond rose against a sky turning violet and gold. His world. His responsibility. His to protect, to build, to make better. Harry Potter, the boy from the cupboard, the king of the magical world, the last of the Emrys line, stood at his window and watched the stars come out, one by one, over a kingdom that was finally, fully, his. The morning after, Harry came down to breakfast. The great hall was full, students eating their last meal before the train home, the air buzzing with summer plans and promises to write. Harry walked in wearing simple robes, his scar visible, faded now, lighter than it had been, though still present. The mark of survival, even if its dark cargo was gone. Neville spotted him from the Gryffindor table. Rose immediately, crossed the hall, and grabbed Harry's shoulders. Looked at him hard. "You're okay." "I'm okay. Something happened last night." The whole castle shook. Hermione nearly had a panic attack. "I'll explain later." "Promise." Harry smiled. "For now, breakfast." They sat together. Hermione joined, rapid-fire questions already forming behind her eyes but restrained by the public setting. Draco drifted over from the Slytherin table, openly now, no longer pretending it was coincidence. The four of them sat together at the Gryffindor table and ate toast and talked about summer and exams and nothing important at all. Harry looked at them, his people. Not subjects. Not followers. Friends. The first real friends he'd ever had. Neville, steady and loyal and growing stronger every day. Hermione, brilliant and fierce and absolutely unwilling to accept any limit on what she could learn. Draco, still rough-edged, still shedding old skin, but choosing, every day, actively choosing, to be better than what he'd been born into. More would come. Harry could feel it, the pull of something building, a movement, a generation of young witches and wizards who would grow up in a world shaped by what he was doing. Not perfect. Not utopia. But better. Fairer. More honest. A world where a boy in a cupboard would be found sooner. Where a girl with bushy hair and muggle parents wouldn't be called lesser. Where a shy boy with a toad wouldn't be dismissed as worthless. That was the kingdom Harry was building. Not with a crown on his head and a throne under him. With work. Day after day, choice after choice, person after person. The mail came. Owls flooded the hall, newspapers, letters, packages. The Daily Prophet landed in front of Harry, its headline making him smile. Wizengamot confirms Emrys sovereignty. Potter formally recognized as magical Britain's first sovereign. In 1,000 years below the headline, a photograph of Harry from the final Wizengamot session, standing before the assembled body, young and certain, the magic of his sigil clearly visible even in newsprint. "That's a good photo," Draco said, leaning over. "Very dramatic. Very sovereign." "Shut up, Draco. Make me, your majesty." Harry threw a piece of toast at him. Draco caught it with seeker reflexes he hadn't known he had and ate it smugly. Hermione rolled her eyes. Neville laughed. "Normal. Young. Good. Let the world read their headlines. Let the Ministry adjust to new realities. Let Dumbledore recalculate his plans and Lucius reconsider his loyalties and Voldemort's shade flee further into the darkness, weakened and alone and mortal. Harry had his friends. His home. His magic. His purpose. The summer stretched ahead, warm, golden, full of possibility. He'd visit Flamel again. Continue the political work. Begin planning for second year, the education reforms to implement, the alliances to strengthen, the world to reshape piece by patient piece. And somewhere, in the back of his mind, a quiet certainty, Voldemort would return. It might take years. He would find a body eventually, the dark always found a way. And when he did, he would come for Harry. For revenge, for pride, for the simple inability of evil to accept defeat. Harry would be ready. Not with fear. Not with desperation. With power and purpose and the absolute, unshakable knowledge that he was enough. That he'd always been enough. The boy from the cupboard. The king of the magical world. Both. Always. Enough. The Hogwarts Express carried them south through golden afternoon light. Harry sat with his friends, the same compartment they'd shared in September, though it felt smaller now, or perhaps they felt larger. Neville had grown 2 inches and lost the baby fat from his cheeks. Hermione had tamed her hair into a braid and carried herself with new confidence. Draco sat with his legs stretched out, relaxed in a way his father's presence would never have allowed. They played chess. Draco was getting good, but Harry was better. They talked about summer plans. They ate sweets from the trolley. They were, for these few hours, simply 11-year-olds at the end of their first school year. The train slowed. London appeared through the windows, sprawling, grey, alive. King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. Parents waiting. Summer beginning. Harry stood. Gathered his things. Looked at the 3 people sharing his compartment and felt something settle in his chest, warm, solid, permanent. Same compartment in September, he said. Obviously, said Draco. Where else would we go, said Hermione. Wouldn't miss it, said Neville. Harry smiled. Stepped off the train into the summer air, the London noise, the beginning of everything that came next. The king was going home. And he'd be back.